A very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to day two of the 10th Advanced GMP workshop. Well, can you all believe that it is day two already? But I guess time flies when we are having meaningful conversations, doesn't it? Well, before we move ahead, let us take a quick trip down memory lane. Yesterday, we laid a strong foundation. On day one, from quality vision and regulatory perspectives to sustainability, continuous manufacturing, and AI driven transformation. But guess what? That was just the beginning. It was just the prelude to day two because today we take that momentum forward. Our focus today shifts to advanced facility and process design, capability building, the human side of GMP, and finally, we will close with a high level panel on global regulator expectations in India. Well, in other words, we are going to move from what and why into how, like how we design, how we operate, and how we build people and systems that can sustain quality over the long term. So, thank you once again to each one of you for joining us here and staying with us on this 2 day journey. With that, let us straight move into our first session for the day. I promise you all that we have an exciting lineup of speakers and sessions for the day. So stay tuned with us because these are sessions I am sure that none of y'all would want to miss. So with that, before we begin, also do not forget to post your questions in the Q&A box. You all will see a Q&A box right there at the down of your screen. So while we go ahead with the sessions, do not forget to post your questions because after every segment, our speakers would be more than happy to take your questions to address all your queries. With that, let us begin with this enriching day right here at day two of the 10th Advanced GMP workshop. Well, our first session today is on advanced facility and process design, where we will examine how to design facilities and processes that are safe, compliant, and future ready. The first topic in this very session will deliberate on designing for potent products, OEL driven facility design. And I'm very pleased to have with us Dr. Birendra Singh, Senior President of Quality and Compliance at Mankind. Well, he is the one who has over 3 decades of experience in pharmaceutical quality across leading and multinational firms, and he has extensive hands on exposure to sterile and non sterile operations, multiple dosage forms, advanced analytic technologies, and more than 40 US FDA inspections. We are very delighted to have you here, sir, and we look forward to your segment. The virtual stage is all yours. And once again, to our audience members, do not forget to post your questions at the end of your segments. Over to you, sir. You can take it ahead from here.
Thank you so much, Priya. Good afternoon, everybody. Namaskar, Pranam, Adab. I am Virendra. I work as Senior President at Mankind Pharma. So my topic is designing for potent products, OEL-driven facility design. All we know about this. This is nothing new topic for the pharma colleagues. Right? Next, Priya. Yeah. So I'll cover about before going into the design concept, the definitions, what really requires in terms of hazard assessment, risk hazard as OEL and SBL, regulatory view on hazardous materials, quality risk assessment tools, ICH-Q9, 4P protections strategies, facility design and control on mitigations, and the major regulatory expectations. And the references what I've taken from all the guidelines, all the case studies, industry experience that I'm going to explain today. So it's nothing new. We are just refreshing ourselves for the requirement, realigning ourselves. Okay, the guidelines is saying that, and what we are practicing, how we are designing our facility. That a brief idea about these topics. Next. Yeah. Now the understanding of OEL and OEB. The OEL is occupational exposure limit. स्क्रीन सर पढ़ने में नहीं आ रहा किसी को भी, तुमको भी सही नहीं दिख रहा होगा, बिल्कुल फेडेड है और आप बिल्कुल भी इनविजिबल दिख रहे हो। मैं और हेमंत दोनों लोगों ने देखा, बहुत ही बैड। So Priya, some feedback is coming from the audience that they are not able to see the slide. Is that?
So let me just check with the team. Give me a second. I will
Yeah.
just check with the team.
Some of the colleague they complain about it.
So we can continue with the presentation in the meantime. Our tech team is on it to check.
Yeah, okay, fine. So I was talking about the occupational exposure limit. Actually, what it is, the airborne particles from the drug ingredients present in your manufacturing or operation areas. And this exposures level has certain limits for the people who are working in that area. And that kind of limits what we define should not have any adverse effect to the people who are working in that area, who stays for how this is designed, who stays for 8 hours per day. And if you calculate in terms of week hours, if 5 days working, then 40 hours. If 6 day working, then 48 hours. How this is being calculated as OEL. The next comes the terms is OEB. This is occupational exposure band. How this is derived? This comes from the toxicology data, and there is 5 6 bands. It starts from OEB1, OEB2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. As it progresses, grows, the severity always will be high. And how do you calculate OEL? Your lowest therapeutic dose divided safety factor. This is one of the calculations worldwide known. For OEB, the toxicology data based on other potencies or literatures. Next. Yeah. Now, understanding of how you develop OEL, OEB as a concept, right? For any kind of materials, I was explaining about how long you stay in that areas for how many hours. Then you take the samples and test it for uh, per meter cube kind of samples. Then you test it and find out the limit for it. In case of OEB, then the first structurally active uh, computer derived kind of literature is surveyed, then in vitro assays are being planned, then the comparison between in vitro response plus from the molecule literatures, then you define your OEB. Next, please. Now, understanding of an OEL and an OAEL. So, what two terms are, right? An OEL, no object effect labels. What it means, like if you are taking diabetic products, no other carryover cross contaminations should be available, which will affect your health hazards, adverse impact on the patient safety. That is called an OEL. What is an OAEL? No object adverse effect level. It means uh, the substance, the highest exposure of a products, the different product into your products. By example, I'll explain the easier way. Like if you are taking a diabetic products, any diabetic products, so it will control your sugar, right? That should control the sugar. That is the main objective of diabetic products. But it will also have some kind of other clinical impact, like lowering your lipid profile. And what an OAEL is, it allows you certain level of your other clinical activity from the main active ingredients. Like suppose 10 point lower your lipid profile or 10 point higher your lipid profile other than than the main diabetic controls. So it's not harmful. So that kind of product drug is categorized NOAEL categories, right? So this is the only difference between NOAEL and NOEL. So the NOAE is less stricter than NOAL. Next, please. Now it comes to TTC, toxicology concerns. How it see how you should evaluate it. See the graph. In graph, you'll see up to one level that toxicology is nil. It is going with the level of exposure. Right? Suddenly, the exponentially it is being increased as the concentrations, the level of exposure increase. This increases multifolds. So we need to maintain that threshold TTC we call for OEL OEB levels. Next, please. Now, understanding of PDE, ADE, and ADI concept. So, what is PDE? PDE is permitted daily exposures, and ADE is acceptable daily exposures. What it means? The maximum carryover of previous product or any other products into your active pharmaceutical ingredients is allowed throughout the life cycle of a human being. Let's say if I am taking uh, one of the diabetic product throughout my life cycles, so any other product carry over into that product should not have any impact, any side effect, any adverse impacts. So that we say we will call PDE or AD. This is mostly used for the pharmaceutical industry. ADI is acceptable daily intake. That is mainly used for the agro, food, and agrochemical industry, wherein the ADI and the calculations formula you see on right side, how this is calculated for PD, AD, and the ADI. This way, how we calculate, and mainly this is used when you do cleaning, well, this is kind of exercise. Next, please. So this is the two diagram you'll see. The first one is hazard and impacts. How when the lower is the hazard and the impact is lower. When it progresses on the right side, the red side, you see it is very severe, even life threatening. It goes up to the cancer kind of things at red bands. And then in lower line, you can see the occupational exposure levels, OEL and SBL. See, as the more potency you see on the yellow side, it is more potent, more potency. The higher the dose is, lower the severity. The lower the dose, the higher is the severity. So by two diagrams, you can identify when the dose are lesser and the potency, the exposures level, and this is very dangerous for uh, adverse impact to the patients. So these two diagrams tells us about how your bands, different bands, will impact your health hazard. Next, please. So you see the clearly when you calculate toxicity scales scores, you'll find I was talking about the higher the dose, the lesser the score, the lower the dose, the higher the scores. So that way you define your hazard analysis and you can calculate this into while you calculate the multi-product facilities by different toxicity scales. So this is one of the criteria we should put into. Next, please. So this is very good slide out of all regulatory agencies, the health authorities, you'll find how many different I captured almost all the major regulatory agencies, USFD, European CDSO, ANVISA, WHO, China, even Mexico, COPRES, Canada, PICS. So you see on left side, you'll find different category of products in terms of like hormones, steroids, cytotoxic, highly potent kind of API, then biological products and highly sensitizing pharmaceutical products, immunosuppressants, and penicillin. So these kind of products you see on the left side, and they are different than the general category. Why they are different than the general category? You see, uh, the different health authority how they rate it. You see, USFDA say it requires dedicated facilities for certain hormone. X certain hormone means for sex hormone they talk about, right? It requires dedicated facility. And European also say dedicated facility, CDSO. Almost all the agencies worldwide they say it requires dedicated facility. You cannot manufacture with general category of products. Similarly, for other like cytotoxic, you see, all the agencies, all the health authorities, they only say it should be manufactured in dedicated facilities. Like penicillin, you see, in the all carbapenems, biological preparations, they are also to be manufactured in the dedicated facilities. So this is one of the best slide how you can categorize your product and how your facilities should be designed to manufacture these kind of products and what the regulatory and health authority give us guidance on it. Next, please. So majorly when you do possible risk mitigations at facility, when we have general category of products or you do the potent oil based manufacturing facility. So there are four elements wherein your possible risk of contaminations would be there. Number one is mix up, and how that can happen because of facility design has some issues. Your labeling areas, your land clearances is some issues, right? And detention of previous residues. The cleaning validations, cleaning operations is very, very critical in terms of your when you manufacture from one product to other product, whether it is potent or whether it is general category of products. Mechanical transfer, like your personal movement, material movement, gowning, gloves, areas. So these are there the chances of movement, how your gowning practices, everything comes into the pictures. You have to do the risk assessment from each movements in the facilities. Then the airborne transfers. So what I'm talking is like your HVAC systems. You have like in some of the areas you need to have dedicated HUs for one kind of operations. You cannot have two kind of operations with same HUs running in the facility. So these are the some of the ideas to design in the facility how we do the possible risk mitigations. Next, please. Now, one of the critical areas in any of the facilities is the cross contaminations. And the major source of cross contaminations, even though you design your facility perfectly well as per the guidelines, as per the perfect risk assessment, still your cleaning verifications, cleaning validation is very, very subjective when you do manual cleaning, when you don't monitors routine monitoring, right? You don't monitors verifications like for less PD kind of molecules. You skips annual verifications. Your operators are being changed frequently and they are not that much trained. These are major sources of where we get some of the lacunae in cleaning verification process. And also some of the people they don't follow the procedure. Why? By like lack of intent to do that, sometimes over pressurized, sometimes they did not follow the procedure, sometimes they don't understand why it is required, sometimes the manual operations your operator changes, everything is changes, right? Or one operator is doing different way of same method, another operator is doing same cleaning with different way. So the qualifications of manual cleaning verification is very, very important when we stop the cross contamination of or carry over from previous product to the next products. Next, please. So this is all we know how we do risk assessment. This is just the diagram taken from the SCS Q9. So every step from your receipt of material to the dispatch of goods in your facility, that risk assessment has to be done for each stage, and then you find out what controls we have in place to mitigate those kind of risk. Next, please. So there are four protections strategy for any product containments, like your product protections, personal protections, environmental protections, and the business protections. In product protections, your quality of products, the patient safety. I was talking about people are working inside of the manufacturing, how you are protecting them, and and the environment from the products what we are manufacturing, and through AHUs. If you don't have BIBU kind of systems for the potent facility, your drug is also going into the environments. How you are protecting outside of your premises, that is also very, very important. Business protections, why I'm saying business protections in terms of if your batch size is very, very small, like your so many changeovers are there, then your yield will be very, very less. And you should think about reducing your quality defects. So these kind of things we also think when we are designing new facility and small facility for only potent. High volume products, no issue. But the potent products always will have very less kind of volumes. So there we need to think about these kind of strategies. Next, please. So now coming to the facility design and control of mitigations for entire from storage, no doubt it requires the different storage for the potent. In terms of sampling dispensings, then you need to protect your molecules, environment, and the people who are operating there. So the best way is you should have isolated kind of thing. If that is not possible, at least you should have CRAB, glove with negative pressure kind of operations, and your people should have with the proper PPE, breathing pressure suits. So these kind of arrangement, your dedicated tools, your HVAC systems, so that everything has to be dedicated for these areas. That same in the manufacturings. If it's powder generating kind of operations or API kind of operations, then there also we should have complete close wrap or operations with glove port, having complete breathing pressure suits for the peoples, good PPEs. Your HVAC system HUs should be dedicated for one kind of operations. You cannot have from same HUs with multiple operations. In the packaging, same your people protections and your machines protections, your area protections, that has to be done. For testing, very, very, very important. We ignore testings, right? The people who are working in the laboratories, they take samples and they get it exposed on balances without glove ports, without proper nose mask and PPEs. So the exposure level, whatever they are there, they are going to inhale it, and in long term, on long life, they are going to get adverse impact on their health issues. Then the environment protection, I was talking about the, like, if the drug is going the recirculated from the area, the chances of bleed air going into the environment is very high. Then we should have BIBO system, bag in bag out systems, or some kind of HEPA filters before leaving into the atmosphere. So that kind of activities and controls we should have in place. Then the stage-wide risk assessment of each stage with having proper controls. When I was talking about in previous slides, having proper controls at each stage and so it no cross contamination is coming from the previous products is one part. And the second part is how quickly you are fixing the issues of exposure level for your people, for the product, for the environments. So this entirely, if we take into considerations, I think you can design very good facilities. Next, please. So just to highlight the major regulatory expectations, you see the CDSO, FDA, European, WHO, Geneva. You'll find them more or less everything says same. Your penicillin has to be dedicated. Your hormones should be dedicated. Your highly sensitizing materials like your biological products has to be dedicated facilities. So it requires dedicated facility looking into the risk. What we saw in the previous slides, the definitions, I was telling about the definitions why this was very, very important to understand what is the potent, right? Then once we understand the potents, then we think about how dangerous those kind of molecule for the people, for the patients, and for the environment. Next, please. So these are the references I have taken from multiple guidelines, multiple ways you can see. So it's not my knowledge. It's coming from the guidelines, coming from the industry knowledge, coming from the big experts of farmers. So why it requires, what is to be done, what minimum we should do for potent kind of oil-driven facilities. Next, please. So patient safety is the responsibility for everyone's who, especially for the pharma peoples who they are manufacturing the products. And it's not only only the peoples who are working inside, also the peoples who are thinking about the business of pharma. So it's very, very important. So this was I tried to cover because it's half an hour. In half an hour, you cannot have multiple slides and speak more and more. I try to explain in brief what is required, what is OEL, and how it is to be designed in the facilities, how you can mitigate the risk from the facility designing part of it. So thank you so much, Priya. Thank you, IPA, for allowing me to speak in this platform. Thank you, Mancan, also. They have given me that chance to speak in this platform, and everything is from my side. I think I'll be back in Q&A sessions. So thank you, Priya. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Well, patient safety is the responsibility for all. I think that's the biggest takeaway we can take from that segment. So, thank you for sharing those thoughtful perspectives with us. And now, continuing in this session, joining us is our next speaker. We have with us Mr. Vishant Nayak, Director at Arnita Consultant Private Limited. Armed with an experience of more than 30 years in designing and executing pharmaceutical projects across India and overseas, he specializes in concept planning and process engineering for a wide range of dosage forms. A very warm welcome, sir. We look forward to your segment. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Priya. Thank you for a brief introduction. I would like to express my gratitude to IPA for giving me this platform today. Especially, thank you, Belapuri sir and the team for this opportunity. In fact, it's my pleasure to be part of today's event. So, just to continue with what Mr. Birendraji has talked about on various OEL aspects of the facilities. I would like to share with you our thoughts on the design of OEL plants. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, I'm Vishal Naik. I work from Arvita Consultant Private Limited. We are in design of pharma facilities, having experience of more than 30 years, and having design facilities for all dosage forms and the product category ranging from level 1 to level 5. Besides formulations, we are experienced in API, medical device, cosmetic, food, Nutra, large laboratories, R&Ds, etc. We have work presence across India and overseas regions like Africa, Middle East, South Asia, and US. We provide entire basket of services from concept to detail engineering design, plus site execution support, including validation covering all disciplines. And if you want to know more about Arnita, you may visit our website www.arnita.in. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. As in first part of this session, we already seen about the OEL, the different terminology, what the safety we need to take. The approach for design of any facility is that importance is equally given to the safety of product, operator, and the environment. This approach is bit different than the approach adopted for the facility for the manufacturing of general category products. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, we already seen what is OEL, what is OEB. These are the various terminologies being used to refer potency levels. It's either OEL, yeah, OEB, yeah, HSEs. It's a occupational exposure band or a level or health hazard categories. It's measured as a microgram per meter cube of the substance of breathable air at workplace. And here the workplace is important. It is derived from acceptable daily exposures, as we already saw in the previous session, which is ADE, measured as a microgram per day. So based on the potency of the substance, they are divided into the low potent to high potent category. Safest to handle is assigned as level 1, while the most potent substance is assigned as the highest category, as represented in this table shown over here. Yeah, next slide. So, what are OL facilities? OL facilities are those facilities which are designed to handle product from level 4 to level 5 and to some extent even level 3. They are also referred as a high potent facilities or segregated facilities in the industry. Yeah. Next slide. There are various aspects of the facility design, just like any other conventional facility design for handling of the general category product. Same is applicable over here as well. But based on the time available, I would like to take up 5 aspects. How the building concept should be, way of protecting environment, construction of clean rooms, and the precautions during the design stage to support accident-free maintenance, identification of the hazardous waste, its treatment, and the operator protections at various stages during the operation of the facility. Yeah, next slide, please. Now the building concept, yeah, concept development. It starts with the data collections, like all other facility designs. It involves in understanding of the dosage forms, volume, process steps, and available land parcel. Now, what differs for OL facility? Here, it is important to understand the OEL level and accordingly the HSE requirements. Next slide. Yeah, layout planning. Once data collection is done, next step is layout planning. Now, the planning is always from inside to outside. Now, what do you mean by inside to outside? So first, we decide on appropriate equipment for containment, and they should be suitable for intended products, then the intended volumes, and the material handling. Once it is done, we decide on secondary containment. That is a containment to the background of primary containment. We'll go through the details of more in the next subsequent slides. Based on the above decision, the production areas are qualified for the required space, and then support areas such as change rooms, warehouse, and all other support areas are arranged considering unidirectional flow. And this eventually lead us to the sizing of the facility. Yeah, next slide, please. Now the selection of containment. What is a containment? All measures that can be built in a design at design stage and would help us to limit the spread of highly potent substance or substances in surrounding area. It is not important that we need a containment or not, but important is that how much containment is required. And it has all been decided by carrying out a risk study to identify the need of containment at various stages of operation. Now, this containment can be divided as into primary containment and secondary containment. They are related. It is important to align the primary and secondary containment. If primary containment is robust, then the saving can be achieved in secondary containment. So the entire focus of a designer, a layout planner, shall be on optimization of the primary containment. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now primary containment. It is the one which come in contact of potent substance. The role of primary containment is to limit the spread into the secondary system. This can be achieved in various ways, such as the use of isolator, the close handling of system, robust material transfers, safety cabinets, and all that. Next slide, please. Now the secondary containment. As I said in earlier slide, the secondary containment is a background to primary containment. It refers to protective measures, whatever we adapt for the personal and environmental protection set up around the primary containment. As we all know that during any exegesis or breach, highly potent substances may escape from primary to the surrounding rooms. So the role of secondary containment shall be that it shall prevent further escape of potent substance into the adjacent areas. Secondary containment can be addressed in different ways, such as having a proper room concept, appropriate pressure concepts, airlocks, defining a segregated paths for movement of dirty and clean equipment, adopting a right exhaust system, changing use of BIGO filter, which is called bag in bag of filter, is waste handling and all that. Next slide, please. Room concept. During qualification of any process area, one should always keep in mind the equipment, what we select, its nature, capacity, geometry, and intended use. In suite concept, we come across different equipment in a room. So the material transfer would be from one equipment to another, such that no potent substance escapes into room. We shall also consider ease of operation and the safety of operator and the environment. In next slide, I'll take the example of two scenario wherein we are talking about presence of primary containment and in case there is no primary containment. Next slide, please. Now, this is the typical example. This is one scenario without any primary containment. In this scenario, we talk about no primary containment. And when operators enter into process area, he has to undergo PPE gowning and shall be in PPE suits with a breathable air connection till he comes out of the area. And we all know it is not easy to work with PPE on. Secondly, while exiting, he has to exit to the shower cubicles to restrict the spread of particles living into the surrounding areas. And once he take that decontamination shower, then he leaves the shower, then take off PPE suit, and then enter into the clean corridor. This setup is needed for each process rooms to prevent contamination of clean corridor. So as we can see, this results in more floor space, additional installation of cubicles, then its validation, the maintenance, and it's a time consuming and eventually led to impact on your capex and opex. Next slide, please. Now the second scenario is where primary containment is in place, and this is what the recommended is. And of late, most of the facilities are designed by us. They are always with the primary containment ably supported by the secondary containment. Now, how is it benefits us? Here, entire setup like facility convention, entire setup is like conventional facility with the Marpa. We do not need any dedicated shower cubicles for exiting process area. Operator would be always in conventional gowning for the intended area classification, and it's operational friendly. Since no PPE used in daily activity, PPE degowning time is saved. No shower booth means space is saved. Facility size can be reduced. Primary containment are safe to handle the highest potent substance leading to operator safety. Now, how to handle the breach or spillages? Here, we have common shower cubicle for entire production department at one location, and it shall be near to the process area, change room, so that during the exiting, it can be used only in accidental breach. In day-to-day operations, the operator need not to exit through the shower cubicle like a previous scenario, but only in case of there is a spillage, yeah, some breach, then he will wear a, PPE gown in the process room itself, clear all the spillages. Then while exiting, he will use a shower for decontamination and leave the area. Yeah, next slide, please. One of the important aspect of OEL facility is the handling of dirty equipments, yeah, container and the waste. In-process containers used for the material handling encounters high potent substances. Safe handling of such containers is always a challenge for production team during cleaning. There is always possibility of product exposure during transfer into wash areas and during washing. These can be properly restricted by providing segregated paths for the movement of clean containers and the dirty containers. As you can see, the top border is for the movement of the clean container, and there is a dirty container is provided at the bottom of this sketch, wherein that dirty container is connected to the each process area, and the process areas are connected to dirty container through pass box. So the containers are pushed into the dirty corridor to the pass box and then taken into the wash. There is a total segregation between the clean and dirty equipment. Then the access to this dirty corridor is through a separate cubicles change room, which is provided at the entrance of this dirty cubicles. So the person collects the dirty bins, he push it to the wash area, and he is always in PPE kit because of the possibility of the exposure of residue. He cleans it, then he pass it to the clean area, and then he come out of this wash area. And while exiting, he use these shower cubicles, take off his PPE suits, and come into these corridors and leave the department. Yeah, next slide, please. The second aspect is the environmental protections. Escape of even the smallest high potent substance into surrounding is fatal for life as well as for the environment. The role of robust SVG design is vital here. Environmental protection can be achieved in various ways. One way is the selection of appropriate pressure concept so that no traces of potent substance leaves the room. Here, in case if we do not have primary containment in place, the room is continuously maintained as negative pressure, not only with respect to the adjacent the approach airlocks, but also with respect to ambient. And this needs to be maintained and validated 24 by 7. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, this is a typical example of pressure cascade in absence of primary containment, as I said. So the core area is at negative pressure with respect to the surrounding and the atmosphere to prevent escape. Approach airlocks are at positive pressure with respect to the core area, and corridors are kept at further higher pressure with respect to the airlocks. Now, what are the limitations over here? As you can see, and we always think of any pharma facilities that even though wherever we are handling a powder, our productions areas, they are negative with respect to airlock and corridor, but they are always positive with respect to the atmosphere. Now, because of the nature of product what we are handling and the risk and involved, that approach is not possible to adapt in the OEL facilities. So we have to keep this manufacturing area at a negative pressure with respect to atmosphere. Now, the question comes, what about ingress? Because since the core area is in negative with respect to the technical area and top, we may have ingress through the ceiling and which is not controlled and the entire area can be contaminated. Now, this is can be avoided in case we have primary containment in place, which I explain you in the next slide. Yeah. This is second scenario where we have a robust primary containment is in place. The escape is restricted into the surrounding. Here we have option of keeping room positive with respect to the atmosphere, and at the same time with respect to the negative with respect to the clean corridor. This clears the doubt of ingress from ceiling, if at all in any, that we come across in absence of primary containment. So this also prove us what are the benefits of primary containment compared to the open handling, we can say so. Next slide, please. Yeah, other key aspects that shall be built in designs are local extraction ventilation. These help to eliminate high potent substance from secondary containment so that spread beyond the secondary containment can be prohibited. As we cannot afford to release the potent substance directly into the atmosphere, the contaminated air is first fed into the separator, a scrubber we can say so, where substances are separated and then the air is discharged into the atmosphere. Some of the points we need to keep in mind while designing the local extraction system is that exhaust fan system shall always with redundancy, that's N plus 1 minimum. Exhaust ductwork shall be in welded construction. It should have a minimum pressure differential of 12.5 Pascal. And design shall be with multiple fans. Isolation, dampers, and controls may be designed to satisfy the N plus 1 requirement. It should have the audible and visible alarms to notify personnel of airflow disruption. HEPA filter housing shall be welded construction and shall be capable of in situ decontamination and full phase filter cleaning. Next slide, please. When changing the contaminated filter, the most common system is bag out change method. Supply and exhaust fan shall be in interlock communication with automated air system. Gas type tempers and or low leakage airflow control valves should be considered to facilitate isolation of individual room. Yeah, just click on the slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. Now clean rooms. As we all know, all of us are familiar with the clean rooms of pharma expectation and all. Now, the what are the classification, the area classification for clean rooms in case of the OEL facilities? And these are the same as we use for solid dosage forms, yeah, any sterile facility. As far as the quality of the product is concerned, there is nothing difference between the general facilities and the OEL facility. But as far as from the perspective of protection of operator and the environmental, there are no specific classes. Next slide. Now, clean room construction need a special attention at design stage itself, as they may come in contact with the substance in case of breach. All the clean room construction should be sufficiently airtight. Elements shall have surface area as large as possible so that number of joints can be limited as they present potential leakage points. They should be easy to clean. Ceiling shall be with the suspended elements. All fixtures shall be flush mounted. Yeah, next slide. Direct walking over the ceiling is not advisable as joints may lead to cracks and eventually leakage points. It is recommended to install a walkways over a ceiling with access to installations. All filters shall be changeable in direction of the workspace, while light fixtures shall be in direction of technical area. Integrated installation is recommended and it should be bare minimum and preferably in a separate technical area. All necessary accessories brought into workspace shall be allowed to leave only after proper cleaning so that no substance is exposed into the environment. And important is that there should be a continuous supply of breathable air in the workplace for the use of PPE in case we want to address any spillages or breach. Yeah, next slide. So in any pharma industry, irrespective of category, we come across two types of waste. One in contact with the high potent substances, such as the packaging of incoming material or any packaging material we use during processing. Now, the source of this solid waste is the dispensing room and some of the process area. Second is the liquid waste from washing of all contact parts, transfer containers, beans, tools, etc. The source is the sampling room, sampling tools washing, dispensing tool washing, pressure process area washing. How waste of OL facilities differ from the general category? In OL facility, there is always possibility that waste may carry residue of potent substance. And because of the potency of residue, it is not safe to directly handle the waste. Next slide, please. Then how do we handle the waste? It is always a challenge to operator or the shop floor team as compared to other facility. So while designing what we can build in the layout, so that it can be easily ease of operation to the shop floor people. So while designing waste handling, EHS guideline plays important role over here. First, we identify the generation source, plan location of decontamination rooms, limit the movement to the extent possible, plan for separate path and use of PPE for handling this waste. And we should consider the washing station to the extent possible as compared to the manual handling. Next slide, please. Now, next question arises how to safely dispose the waste. Before any waste leave high potent facility, it has to be neutralized. This can be achieved by planning decontamination room for handling of solid waste, preferably close to the source. All the streams leaving the process area shall be collected in a tank, preferably close to the building. The waste shall be decontaminated and then shall be transferred to a waste handling plant. Now there is a process of decontamination. We need certain chemicals. The selection of the chemicals, its a dose, retention time required to neutralize the potent substance shall be based on the detailed investigation and the SOP established. Yeah, next slide. So the takeaways of today's topic, and just to summarize, while we plan OEL level facility, it is important to know OEL level first. That's our starting point, as I talked already in data collection. Once it has been established, carry out risk assessment study to select the containment. As I said, it is not a question of whether we need a containment or not, but how much containment we need and up to what stages we need. Based on the containment selected, we need to select process equipment. We need to have a detailed URS in place covering the information related to the product, process, GMP requirement, the JLP requirement, and at last but not the least, HSC requirement. It is also important to pay attention on entire life cycle of the installation. Last but not the least is the decommissioning. In case, if at all, plant is required to decommission, contact area shall be safely handled during decommissioning so that risk to person and environment can be avoided. Yeah, thanks. This is all from my side. Thank you once again, IPA. Thank you very much. Over to you, Priya.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Mr. Nayak. That was an excellent presentation, and I'm sure a lot of people have actually taken down notes, picking up some very crucial points from that segment. With that, we now move forward to our Q&A segment, and I'd like to bring Mr. Shirish Belapuri, the Senior Technical Advisor at IPA, to please join us for the Q&A segment. Also inviting Mr. Birendra Singh to join us for the Q&A session as well. We have a few questions from our audience members.
Hello. I think a lot of questions were answered by Birendra during your session itself, probably. I think so. Thank you. Both of you, I think, covered the entire gamut of the potent substances and what required facility needs to be built it up. One question, there was many questions actually, but they have been answered, so I don't want to repeat it again here. One question is this OEB level or OEL level will be for each molecule will be standard, right? But that thing is not really available onto the easily. You have to still expect it to do the studies. Is it true? Or is there a list is available? OEB3 this, OEB3.5 this, OEB4 this. Any one of you can answer that.
Yeah, I'll try to answer. So some of the molecules, if you see the safety data sheets, they have identified it, they have researched it, what category of OEL and OEB these molecules belongs to. If that is not possible, then the research scientist or clinical department has to work on this based on structure and the computer structures. Then they have to define. If available, most of the cases, it's available for the molecules who they are manufacturing. But the list is not available. You are rightly said, sir. That list is not readily available if somebody asks.
Yeah, and because it costs to ask even some certain products. You need to get the details yourself. You can't do it yourself.
Yes.
I think you covered the intergamete isolators, different kinds of the thing. Also in HVAC, there are multiple things one can do with to avoid the contaminations from this. I think in the hormones, probably I've seen in the people use the 100% exhaust as a system with the filters over there. Though it is expensive, it reduces the problem from that part of. I don't want to.
Yes,
I
sir.
don't think there are any questions remaining. Still, something has come now.
So I tried to answer most of them while this session was running.
Yeah. There is one question for a multi-product facility: how to decontaminate equipment wash at centralized collection tank, as each common decontaminant chemical will not be sufficient. Anybody wants to answer this question? Vishant?
Yes, sir. Come again, please. I missed that. Yeah.
Okay. For a multi-product facility, how to decontaminate the equipment, wash at centralized collection tank, as each common decontaminant chemical will not be sufficient.
Sir, yeah, this is one of the challenge even we come across, because what is happening that when the entire facility is designed for the OEL products, okay, we connect some of the streams from process area where the actual the content, substance come in contact in your contact surfaces, and the streams are interconnected. Even what is happening that for decontamination, it is not possible to dedicate the facility for molecule wise. At least I have not seen. So the wherever we are done, there is a common decontamination, and the streams are connected. And based of the effluent coming out, based on the various studies of different product, the chemicals been identified. Then it's a dose and retention times. And accordingly, once it has been established or already proven at one stage, then we bring it practice at the shop floor during the operation of the plant. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Birendra and Vishant. Very interesting session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. At first time we have taken OEL level based discussion, actually facility discussion. Thank you very much for giving the complete knowledge. Thank you. I think back to Priya.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Priya. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Belapure, for taking those questions. And thank you, Mr. Nayak. And of course, thank you to both our speakers for joining us for that segment and giving us a breakdown into the advanced facility and process design. With that, we now move forward to our next session. We take our discussions a notch higher, where our next talk focuses on sterile operations and the concept of sterility by design. It's time we move forward to this segment, and joining us for this topic and for this session is Mr. Vikram Shukla, President, Parenteral Operations at Zydus Life Sciences, who will give his perspectives on sterility by design, qualification and validation of isolator systems. The president of the parenteral business unit at Zydus Life Sciences and a seasoned pharmaceutical leader with 30 years of experience in formulation development and manufacturing. We are looking forward to this segment. Over to you, Mr. Shukla.
Thank you. Thanks, Priya. First of all, for Birendra and Vishant, fantastic presentation. Really enjoyed those presentation. So what I'll do is so instead of qualification of the isolated system, I thought it's really important to touch base all the things which happens during operations, um, as well as qualification and validation, so that we get a holistic picture. The second one, which I thought was that it's better if we also see the recent regulatory expectations. Correct. So maybe it's not very clearly mentioned in all the guidelines what we have, but it's very important to understand that. The third one is that the recent observations which companies have got from related to those who are using isolator for aseptic manufacturing, I thought I would put that as well. So we get a holistic picture. So that was one. We'll move to the next slide. So what I'll do is I'll just, so I'm sure everyone is very clear about the isolator system, uh, what it is used for. Um, you are able to hear me? Any concerns in hearing?
So this is fine
Okay.
now. I think you were a little far from your system. So I think
Okay.
it looks good now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to the next slide. So if you see, stability assurance in isolator system is impacted by multiple factors. Although I'll not be touching everything, but it's very important to understand that whatever we do in stability, whether it's gowning, whether so even though the assumption or myth which are that oh, it's isolator system, everything is closed, so whether the gowning does not really impact the external environment, does not really impact, but I'll be covering those as well. So components, cleaning and sterilization, disinfection, transfer of material, the training of the people, because our people across the world actually are mainly utilizing the RAP systems currently. Most of them are now moving into isolator system. So it's very important, and there are certain critical um, things which are there in the isolator system, which are very important, where the operator needs to be competent. Another very important which we'll be considering in this is the media fills, the interventions which we do, as well as the decontamination. So what Vishant was saying, in that the decontamination was different. Here, when I will be referring decontamination, it's will be referring as VHP decontamination. It's not VHP sterilization; it's a VHP decontamination. We'll move to the next slide. So although I'll be touching very simple, so it's mainly about the design of the isolator system. So it's very important please try to understand that the operator are to be the isolator is to be used by us, correct? So when we are at manufacturing site, we'll move to the next slide. So it's very important that the team which are actually going to operate, they are part of the designing system. So we have two types of isolator system. I'm sure everyone knows it: closed and open. All the isolator, most of the isolator, I'll say, which we are currently using in pharma are open type isolator, where there are mouse holes, so the vial comes in, vial goes out. So those are open system. Closed isolator are where during the entire unit operation we do only in a closed system, so there are no mouse holes from where the vials are moving out. We'll move to the next slide. See, so it's very important to understand. See, ergonomics and diversity assessment when we are designing is very important, and I'll share some pictures also when we are doing this. And majority of the problem where I have seen in the isolator, ergonomics are heavily impacted when we are doing cleaning, when we are doing material or interventions, and specifically when we are doing material transfer when the VHP has already happened. So these are the places where you'll see, and including microbiological monitoring as well. So you'll see that those ergonomics, if it is not well designed, means upfront, it will be very difficult. Generally, one of the concerns what we have seen is that during the designing phase, you'll see that the people who are involved are generally managers and above. Those who are involved, validation team, QA team are involved, which is really very important. But please make sure that you include the operators as best as possible, because the operators are the one who are going to operate that isolator, and if we are not utilizing them during that stage, it will be a difficult task in the at the later stage. Cleanability is very important, and you'll see that I'll share some examples on that. Intervention is very critical. There is a myth that when the isolator is there, we are doing VHP decontamination, 6 logs, so everything is sterile. Now I can put my hand wherever I want. I can do any intervention I can do. That's absolutely wrong, which I'll share more in detail. First air has to be maintained, whether it's a wrap system, it's a normal system, you have to maintain. Glove ports are very important. The entire sterility depends upon the containment of the isolator, glove port, and the RTP ports which are there. So it's very important. Material transfer is also very important. Material transfer, again, I'll say both before VHP as well as after VHP. After VHP is also very critical. Everyone feels that we'll be doing it through RTP, but before VHP material transfer is also very important. Differential pressures are very important, because see, in a wrap system, differential pressure may not be as important, but in case if you get any blips in an isolated system, your entire sterility has been lost. So it's very important. We should have multiple sensors. We have to ask the vendor that in case if one sensor is not working, do we have a secondary sensor? We should not have anything, and which I'll share more on detail as well. Dynamic VHP is also very important. So obviously we know the concept of VHP, that VHP is done only where the items are exposed. In case, so if the machine is stopped during the VHP cycle, the things which are moving later, which is going to move, that will not be VHP. So we have to have the dynamic VHP as well. Temperature and humidity plays a very important role in our isolator during VHP. CIP and wash in place, in case if we are using a powder system, wash in place, majority of the companies are taking, but CIP and SIP is really very important. MOC of all parts. See, in RABs, it's not that critical, but in isolator veneer, we have to be very, very careful what parts which we are taking, what is the MOC of that, and whether it is in compliance to the VHP. Next one is computational fluid dynamics. This is very, very important, and I think we should request this. Please make sure that this is requested from your manufacturer, because then only you will be able to completely understand the dynamics when the VHP happens, or during the when you start the isolator, how does the, and whether there is any so smoke study is one, but this really helps us to identify any opportunity. What should be the pressure differential? Can it be more? Can it be less? Whether the number of air changes can we increase? Generally, the perception is that the higher the air changes, the better it is, but not necessarily in isolated system. It can be completely as well. So these are some of the design principle. I'll just take few examples of that. We'll move to the next slide. So, we'll go to the next. Next slide, please. Yeah. So first, let me start. As I mentioned, in design and operational related activities are interlinked. So some of the design actions I'll be sharing as an example when I'll be talking about the operational. So first of all, my question is cleaning and disinfection of the isolator required prior to VHP decontamination? This is important, and I'll say everyone will say the cleaning is required because maybe batch to batch, but whether disinfection is required, whether we need to do with a sporicidal agent as we do it for RABs, that is required or not required. I'm very sure there will be some people will say cleaning is required, some will say disinfection is required. Some company actually do only disinfection, they don't do cleaning with say water or any other thing, they do only disinfection. So it has advantages and disadvantages, but please be see when we do VHP after this, please try to understand that the VHP process purely depends upon the exposed items which are there inside the system. Anything which has a shadow, which is kept on top of the other, that will not be sterilized. Correct. So, and again, you'll see some pictures as well, which clearly mention. So, cleaning and disinfection is very, very important before you keep the material inside the isolator system and prior to VHP. We'll move to the next slide. So, so as I mentioned, so key expectations are, and this is coming from PDA, some regulatory expectations that we have to do cleaning. Another very important thing, there was a very good study which was done by PDA. Suppose you have particles, you have tried to clean. Now you have particles which are coming either from your gown or XYZ, correct? Whether the VHP will happen effectively or not. VHP gets absorbed on the particles if it is present in the isolator system. So cleaning is important, very, very clear. Disinfection is also very important because not everywhere the VHP can reach, and you will see some examples, and specifically when you start operation after your activity has been completed. Correct. So I'll not go into the major detail because I'm very sure everyone understands that we have to have this. Obviously, in isolator, the expectation is that the cooling zone has to be sterilized. That's a very specific expectation. Sterilized or decontaminated. That's the expectation. We'll move to the next one. So key consideration is very, very important. So whenever we are doing our cleaning activity, please make sure that this is part of the design. When you're designing how effectively you can clean. You'll see that on the base of the isolator, you have so many parts coming in. It's very, very difficult. So you have to make sure that you design with your manufacturer as best as possible. Make sure that you have the right tools to clean it. Now, many vendors have come up with fantastic tools which you can use it to do the disinfection. Specifically the unexposed parts. Let's take the photo in case if you're able to see the photograph, but I'm sure you will understand when I speak. Suppose there is one TC clamp which is required to be installed before the say steam in place when the VHP is going on. Correct. So you have to put the TC, you have to do the VHP, and after the VHP is done, you have to remove the TC and connect something else. Assume that that's the kind of situation. Now, below the TC, where the TC was clamped and the gasket was there, where the VHP will reach at the end side of the TC clamp? No, correct. So those are the things which needs to be disinfected when you keep it. So and a risk assessment needs to be prepared. All the items which is expected to get exposed when you are post VHP, that should be sanitized. That should be as part of your procedure and very detailed mention that how you are going to clean those parts which are going to expose. I'll give another example. Suppose you have during your operation, now you have to do a intervention, and that intervention of say star wheel, correct, you have to open the nut of the star wheel. Now once you open the nut of the star wheel, the below the that nut is not sterilized, or not sterilized or not decontaminated by VHP. How you are going to do it? So it's very important that you uh, understand that, have a disinfection. Some companies, what they do is that they don't install everything. They'll keep it open. And then after the VHP is done, then they will screw it. So it all depends upon your risk mitigation, risk assessment, and risk mitigation criteria. We'll go to the next one. Just take this as an example, correct? So, and I'm sure everywhere you'll see these kind of things happening, where a person has to literally bend inside to do the cleaning. So this is a design constraint, not necessary, correct? So you can design the cleaning tool. Please try to understand, the more we allow the operator to stretch, the more the possibility of the operator or the person who is cleaning make a mistake, and sometimes even avoiding as best as possible. So please make sure that you give the right tool, right design for the operator to perform this task. We'll move to the next one. Uh, so now it's we'll go to the decontamination, that is VHP decontamination process. Now this is really very important. And the first question which I'll ask is that those who have VH isolator and they are doing VHP decontamination, do we have a load pattern similar to what we do in autoclave? Uh, we generally do, but we don't fix. Let me tell you that the VHP decontamination procedure is more or less requires a similar kind of focus when we do a VHP decontamination or when we do a autoclave sterilization. I'm sure everyone has a fantastic knowledge in terms of uh, when we do sterilization in an autoclave, but very limited. So when you have materials hanging, when you do the VHP, once you unload after the VHP is done, where do you keep? Those locations needs to be fixed. Otherwise, it will be very difficult in your routine operation. That how you are going to manage. Second is that when you are doing your VHP, it's also important that each and every item which needs to be there, correct? So suppose I'll give an example, and this was very interesting when we were doing an investigation. So a reject bin which was kept, instead of that, so generally it is kept at a certain location. In one of the cycle, in the validation cycle, it was kept at a different location where the vacuum suction was happening for the VHP. Now the vacuum suction didn't happen, and the VHP failed. When we did the investigation, we realized that the load pattern was changed. So please make sure that we give a huge importance on the VHP decontamination as well. We'll move to the next slide, please. So decontamination, I'll not go into the details. These are very well established. I think the vendors or the manufacturers are also helping us in this to design the exact decontamination. But I'll just add one more very important thing. Correct. So as we do in autoclave, correct? The controlling probe should not be the monitoring probe as well. So please make sure that whatever you are doing, say you are doing temperature assessment, you are doing humidity, you are doing say dose levels or dose assessment, please make sure that the controlling and the monitoring ones are different. Otherwise, we will have a problem in case if there is an issue which happens. Similarly, is for delta differential pressure as well. We'll move to the next stage. Sorry, and just add one more thing. Please make sure that when we are doing the load pattern, not necessarily the load pattern has to be done as a minimum as well, because generally as soon as you'll get an idea, oh, it is similar to autoclave, so you'll start doing multiple loads, this load, then a minimum load, maximum load, so that can be avoided. So the next question is, should we know that the bioload of the isolator and its item before cleaning or before decontamination? Should we do it? I'm sure some will have that yes, some will say no. Why no? Because VHP is anyway going to have a 6 log reduction. But it's very, very important, as we do for pre-filtration bioburden, correct? Everyone does a pre-filtration bioburden, even though we know that bioburden filter is going to remove it, but we still do that. Similar is the expectation that we should have a bioload. Now, every time, absolutely no. You can do it only during the qualification. So you actually know which will be helpful in your designing the cycle as well. Okay, we'll move to the next. Okay, so this is a lot of questions which comes up and a lot of debates which happen in most of the companies, correct? So which is better? Say, for example, we say, I'll take a stopper bowl as an example. Now, stopper bowl you take, you put it inside, you sterilize, you take it inside, you open the cover and do the VHP. That's one option. Some companies, they don't even sterilize. They bring, do the VHP, open it and do the VHP. The second one is that you install everything, you keep everything, you make sure that it is closed, and after the VHP is done, you start opening it. So the right, you'll see that the stopper bowl is sterilized, brought inside, transferred properly, fixed. After the VHP, the covers are open. Now, obviously, if, both of them have advantages and disadvantages. In some cases, you'll see, say, for example, media plates. Um, it's very risky if you open it early before VHP, because sometimes VHP has an impact on the growth promotion properties as well. So it's all about your risk assessment. I will not say which one is better, which one is bad, but it's very important that you do a risk assessment, you try to understand. Some of the companies, they got impacted when they opened the stopper bowl, where they saw that some of their product was getting higher impurities, and that was because of the VHP or hydrogen peroxide which was coming in some of the oil. So it's all positive and negatives, what goes well with our risk assessment. We'll move to the next slide. This is another one, correct? And there are multiple companies who are giving different ways when you do a VHP, how to do the glove extension. And to be very frank, this is a very, very important aspect of your disinfection and decontamination procedure. Because if these gloves are not extended, if there is any crevices, you can say, or an overlapping which has happened, or a shadow which has happened, it will not be VHP. Correct. So because I'm sure most of the companies, and at least those who I know, they don't sterilize these gloves, and it is not required also. Correct. So once you have put there into the system, you have to make sure that each and every part of the glove is exposed during the VHP, because this is the thing which we are going to use throughout the operation. Okay, so we'll go to the next. Okay, so now we come to material transfer. Now this is very, very important. Although it looks like, oh, in isolator, why material transfer is important. Once you keep it inside, you do a VHP, everything is fine. Correct. So, but believe me, these are very, very important, and you have to do this during designing. Correct. So, how the needles are going to be placed before, after, um, how the filters will be there. Obviously, if it's a CIP, SIP system, that needs to be installed. Some companies, those who don't have a CIP system for their filling machine, an SIP system, they install it later. So it's all about how you transfer these materials. The importance in this case is to make sure that you have the integrity of the items when it is being transferred verified. Whether you do it in tie bags, whether you do it in RTP containers, the way you do it, please make sure that it is, because at this stage we are completely relying on the VHP. And just take an example. Suppose you have uh, just as an example, suppose you have a stopper bag and uh, those are sterilized in steam sterilization and you have taken it inside and there is a puncture in that. Now the VHP will go inside, it will have an impact on your product quality and you will never come to know. Only when some complaint comes or some discoloration in the product happened, then we will try to analyze what has happened. So material transfer and integrity is very, very important. So there are various ways, whether you do it tubs, PFS, how it goes, we have E-beams, pass boxes, so all that. The intent is particulate has to be reduced and microbial contamination has to be reduced before the VHP. We'll move to the next. Okay, so these are there are material which now again I'll share based on my understanding. There are companies who does steam sterilization of every part which goes inside the isolator before it is VHP. Some companies they transfer and then they do a VHP decontamination. What is indirect? Obviously, direct material, direct product contact has to be sterilized. But for indirect, some companies sterilize, some companies don't sterilize. Now, indirect also has change parts, which obviously you can't sterilize. As I mentioned, correct. So disinfection is very, very important. So even though these change parts are getting exposed to the VHP, it is very important that we decontaminate them as well. Right? So these are some of the indirect product contact parts which can come. We'll move to the next one. Uh, Sterility assurance, and say I'll give another example. Actually, there was a study which was done by PDA, and that was very interesting. So what they realized is that after the VHP was done, there were many products which were protein, which had a their impurity levels or they were degrading. And what they realize is some of the material which we use, say silicone tubing, which is very, very normal, correct? If you have a peristaltic pump, you use silicone tubing. Those silicone tubing were kept as such during the VHP to make sure that those are outer side is decontaminated. Interestingly, they absorbed, the silicone tubing absorbed the VHP and that was getting leached during the product manufacturing. So it has a huge impact on the loading. So accordingly, you have to make sure that you do a complete risk assessment. So whether the silicone tubings are double bagged, triple bagged, your media plates are bagged, uh, the entire design of that, crowding of materials. So all that has to be mentioned. As I mentioned, that during a VHP and during routine operation, it is very important that you maintain uh, the load pattern, right? Even during operation. I have seen one case where I can share. So this company actually, what they were doing is after the VHP is done, so they start the setup and all the covers were taken out and kept at the bottom. Absolutely fine. But those are blocking the returns. So we have to be very careful. So when we do our smoke studies, that becomes different than what we are actually doing, performing. In this case, we have to understand the entire material transfer, loading, and during the entire operation, how we are going to manage it. We'll move to the next slide. So let's take this as an example, correct? So again, a design issue. You can see one port, correct? RTP port, which is exactly opposite on top of the bowl, correct? So this is one issue. So anytime an operator touches the glove, first of all, it's only one glove which is shown there. So once he touches that, his hand, whatever you do, it will be on top of the exposed parts. So you are blocking the first. So these kind of assessment needs to be done very, very carefully. The second example is on the left-hand side, if you see the port, which is so difficult. Now the operator is not able to visualize what's happening. So he's trying with all the things with only one hand, he tries that. So during designing, these things are very, very important to understand. The operator confirmed and operator conferred, and the operator should be involved in these designing and parameters. I'm sure most of the companies now, they do a prefab where they create an isolator system and do the mock. But during those times, we have to ensure that the right people are involved in this kind of design. Move to the next. Okay. Now we come to gowning, and this is very interesting, correct? So I think the biggest advantage of isolator is that you don't have to have sterile gown. But is there any specific expectation? Is there any specific gowning which you should follow or not follow? And obviously I can't get an answer, but I have heard that if we can just follow the grade C gowning, absolutely right. But there are some expectations. And I think I've already given the reason for that, but I'll share in the subsequent slide. We'll move to the next slide. Oh, this is very interesting. And now this is isolator system. Isolator is open isolator, but it's closed, correct? We don't open the door. Garment ideally should not have an impact, but should it be sanitized? Should it be sterilized? Should it be steamed? Whatever, correct? So I'll give the reason, but again, so it's not that it need to be done, but we have to ensure that during when the isolators are open for material transfer, for cleaning, for sanitization, there are opportunities where you are introducing particles, microbiological counts inside the isolator. That should be minimized. It does not mean that it needs to be completely sterile and you have to follow the aseptic process. Some companies are doing sanitization. I know companies who are doing steaming, but at least I have not come across any company who are doing sterilization. Correct. So at least steaming and sanitization, most of the companies are doing to restrict it. The second one, which is very important, correct? So, and you'll see my questions more on that, is that in sea, not necessarily we wear the goggles, but when you are opening the isolator, the expectation is that you have to have the goggles in place because your eyelashes and all that particle can come into the isolator, and that can be very risky for your product in case of a biological contamination happens. Biological means hair or anything. Will we move to the next slide? Um, so as I mentioned, correct. So assume that we are not sterilizing, or we are not sanitizing, or we are not steaming, which is okay, but we should know the bioload. What is the bioload which is there on the garments? Once, not every time, correct? So this is not a personal monitoring. This is just the ensuring that whatever material we are taking inside the isolator has some controls in place. We'll move to the next. Are goggles required? I think I've already answered. Goggles are required, and I think it is a must. There are companies where regulators have specifically asked this point that when you are operating the isolator, when the isolator doors are open and you are doing cleaning, sanitization, material loading, material transfer, those time, goggles are to be worn. Exactly what we do during the in the grade B, right? And grade A. We'll move to the next one. This is another, and I think this was, I'm sure those who have read the PDA Q&A, this is very important that when you are entering your glove hand inside the isolator glove, should it be sanitized or not? Correct. So one is that. So the after a lot of debate with the regulators, and their expectation is that you have to sanitize your hand with IPA or any other sanitizing agent before you put your sanitized or gloved hand inside the isolator glove. So this is very interesting. They came up with a lot of theories because if you see pinholes it's very difficult to identify even with the best of the equipments what we have in terms of identification. So it's better we keep the area as clean as possible. We'll move to the next. Are sterile glove required when working inside the isolator when it is opened before the VHP? And the expectation, again, this is the expectation from FDA. I don't think you'll see this in the guidance, but in the regulatory discussion, these point came up, and their expectation was either it has to be sanitized or it has to be sterile. Correct. So this is just the expectation. Again, it depends upon what kind of data which we have. For example, pre-VHP bioburden, if we have, I think those kind of data will really suffice in case if we are not wearing the sterile gloves. I'm talking about sterile gloves only, not the sterile garments. Okay. So we'll move to the next stage. Next slide. Uh, okay, I think I've already answered. We'll move to the next one. This is very interesting, and I think everyone, most of the company, they do it, but pre and post batch is very important that the glove integrity, because now we are talking about gloves. This is very important because the entire reliance of this is that the isolator system is integral. All the gloves which are being used for setup, and in case of microbiological monitoring or in case if any intervention is there, these gloves are used and can impact very heavily in case if it is not controlled properly, because the background is grid C. We'll move to the next one. So this is always a debate, correct? So which is better, automatic glove integrity tester or visual inspection of the glove with obviously with some technique that you have to stretch and see if there is anything. See, there are a lot of debates that this is better, but my view is that it should be both. Because automated glove entity testing will not determine the minor pinholes. Visual inspection can, but obviously it is too much manually driven. It's very difficult to train people that you have to stretch in each and every glove and check. So my suggestion will be that it should be both as best as possible, and specifically the tricky area which has a possibility of impact. Specifically, if you see when we design the isolator, we have to avoid any sharp edges. But still, in the change parts, you will find that you have sharp edges. You have a lot of say star wheels where you have pinch kind of situation which can happen. So those kind of areas, those gloves has to be mentioned in your SOP and very clearly inspected that through visual inspection as well, apart from automated glove integrity testing. Okay, so we'll move to next. Now I've come to media fill. Now in media fill, actually, what I've seen is, and generally everyone follows the more or less the same, but there is a thought that the media fill in a wrap system is slightly different than when we do for isolator, because everything is sterile. We have 6-log reduction by VHP decontamination. That's not right. That for isolator, the expectation from regulators are that whatever media fill is being done, all the guideline expectations, whatever there is for the RAP system, exactly applies for the isolator as well. Like, so I'm sure you'll see that. So intervention, simulation, utilizing the operator for its qualification. So each operator performing a similar kind of intervention, set up as a separate during media fill to ensure. So all those needs to be simulated, whatever we do in a conventional setup as well as the RAPs. We'll move to the next. Okay, so I'll just share this, and this is why I'm saying that for intervention is the one where I've seen that people generally tend to see that in this intervention is not that important in isolator because it's all the gloves are VHP and the entire is 6 log reduced. The expectation is absolutely the same. So your intervention time, number of interventions which you have done, that needs to be simulated as you do in your commercial, and the total length of that, everything is exactly the same. So the best is that you have to reduce your intervention in isolator as well as you do it for other conventional system as well. We'll move to the next. Um, So I have already explained this. So absolutely very, very clear. The operator needs to be qualified as well. Exactly the same thing, because it's very, very important. They understand the importance of not breaking the first air inside the isolator as well. Next slide, please. I've already answered this. So should be part of annual aseptic process simulation? Yes, it needs to be, and we have to qualify our operator as we do it for conventional and RAPs as well. Move to the next. Now this is very, very important, and I'm very sure some companies are doing it, but in case if you're not doing so, should the integrity be verified for isolator? Yes. Um, should it be done for gloves? As we have discussed, yes, pre and post batch. Isolator, whether we should do it every batch or not, it all depends upon your risk assessment. So you can decide whether it's every batch, every week, whatever that. But RTP container, most of the companies they don't perform. Considering that once it is locked, it is sealed, and then it's absolutely safe. Correct? That's not true because the gaskets which are there, those tend to deteriorate, and we should do it again. So for gloves, it's mandatory that you have to do pre-post. Most of the companies they do pre-post for isolator also, but for RTP container, you can decide a frequency for its maintenance and also for its integrity as well. Now, equipments are there available in the by many vendors who provide this as well. Next slide, please. Operator fatigue. This was another lot of debate whether operator fatigue is required or not. See, the simulation or the operator intervention depends upon the operator. Still, even though it's a closed system, but it still depends upon how the operator is able to do it. So this is debatable whether it is required or not, but some companies they require it. Now there are others as well. Say, for example, how many people should be in the room? Those may not be required, but the fatigue, the expectation is that you should have a fatigue simulation as well for the isolator as well. Okay. We'll move to the next. As this is very, very important, and I think this is the best advantage what we have is that does the isolator provide more confidence in case longer fill time? Yes. And that's the biggest advantage. I've seen companies who are filling more than 2 days, 3 days. Some companies I have seen they don't, yeah, I mean, 7 days as well for their filling operation. Obviously, they have simulated that in the media fill as well. Okay, we'll go to the next. Power failure studies, I'm sure everyone will be laughing. Power failures, you cannot simulate because in case if a power failure is there, You have to just destroy the batches. So I don't think it makes any sense in doing that. Please make sure that the pressure differential of an isolator system is very, very critical in the operation of the isolator. So in case if your grade C, which is outside as well, that power failure also impacts on the way your simulation happen, your smoke studies. And I'm sure once you do that, you'll realize that how much impact it makes on that as well. So please make sure that you have sufficient controls in place to avoid these power failures. We'll move to the next. Um, again, the aseptic practices when the isolator is closed remains exactly the same. Not breaking the first air. In case if you are breaking, the expectation is that you have to remove the air vials or anything which you are filling, or any unit container which is below that first air, and exactly as the conventional. Now this will be very different than what the expectation is, that once the isolator is there you can do anything, but that's not the case. So we'll move to the next one. And this is just some examples. You'll see that you're breaking the first air, so anything which is below needs to be done. So you cannot have a separate procedure or different aseptic expectations from a isolated conventional or a wrap system versus isolated. It has to be exactly the same. We'll move to the next. Next slide. Yeah. So same, correct? So this is, if you see now, the hand or the glove is above the stopper bowl, correct? When the stopper is happening. So this is absolutely, we have to avoid these kind of situation where your gloves are coming on top of the first air. If not, I'm sure you'll have some challenges in the future in the regulatory inspection. We'll move to the next slide, please. So this is very interesting, correct? Now, suppose you have sterilized an item, say your needle, correct? Your needle is sterilized and your gloves are VHP. Is it okay to touch, because both are 6 log reduced, correct? So can you touch your glove, a needle, or a exposed part, say a stopper bowl from inside? Can you touch that? The expectation is no, because again VHP is decontamination process, whereas the material is sterile. So you have to be very, very careful when you're designing your process, that you avoid these kind of a situation which comes in your routine operation. We'll move to the next. So this is one example. So for example, if you're taking now, suppose you have your glove, which is VHP, and then you have a sterilized part, and the product contact part is getting touched by the glove. Absolutely not acceptable, even though both are 6 log reduced in terms of microbial contamination. Okay, we'll move to the next slide. So smoke studies is very, very important, and I think the confusion has been created by some of the guidance document where they say that you have to do the mouse hole is very important in the isolator system. But so I'll skip more of the slide. I'll directly tell you that the smoke studies expectation for an isolator is exactly the same for a wrap system. So you have to do it for each of the intervention. You have to do it in dynamic condition. You have to do it for a static condition as well. So smoke studies has to be done in all the situation, exactly what you do for wraps or a conventional system. We'll move next. We'll move to the next. I've already answered this. Because of shortage of time, I'll slightly go fast. We'll move to the next. So environmental monitoring also, I just wanted to touch base. So environmental monitoring is very, very important, correct? So it's very, very clear that what we have to do. But in this case, you have to be very careful in terms of the locations of your surface monitoring locations needs to be very clearly risk assessed and identified, as you do it for RABs also, but here it becomes more critical. All the gloves which are used during the operation needs to be environmental monitoring as well. Another big impact of this is that suppose if you get a microbial data deviation inside an isolator, believe me, it becomes very difficult to save the batch. In a RAP system, you have a lot of opportunity in there, but in isolator, unless you have a confirmed root cause, it will not be very easy for releasing the batches. Correct. So we'll move to the next. Okay. I'll skip this because we have BIS placement, but I'll just so we'll move to the next. In the meantime, I'm just explaining. So 3 BIs at each location, some company do it. The expectation is not the same. You can keep one, but in certain location where you feel that we have, this is during the qualification. In case if you feel that there are some key critical, say, glove ports where the VHP may not go, you can keep 3 at those locations because the possibility is there. So that's the expectation from the biological indicators. Okay, we'll move to the next. So I'll skip this but just to tell you that now the new automations are coming up where you are the isolators are glove free. So there are no gloves. Okay. Everything happens from outside through robots. So those, I'm sure you'll see this in CPHI and PMEC as well. But now these kind of technologies are coming, which obviously will become prevalent in the next 5 to 10 years. Move to the next. So we have some myths. Again, I'll move fast. Sorry, next slide. So isolator is very costly and with not much advantage. This is a myth. It is very important. And maybe once you get this presentation, I've given the complete detail. We'll move to the next slide. If we have a facility with an isolator, a myth is that we have a very low risk from regulators. Believe me, that's not true. There are many facilities who have got warning letters where they have a facility. So it's not about the isolator, it's about how you operate it, how you have the systems in place, all the entire quality systems are in place. So isolator does not guarantee that you will have a regulatory inspection very good. Correct. So we'll move next slide. Next myth is that isolator eliminates all contamination. Absolutely no, that's not true. It all depends upon how you operate it. All the controls which I have mentioned, cleaning, sanitization, transfer, everything is very important. Otherwise, you will have those kind of contamination risks in the future as well. Move to the next slide. So this, sorry, I'll skip. We'll go to the next one. We can do unlimited intervention. We can means first air. We can interrupt. Absolutely no. We'll move to the next. Dynamic smoke studies are required. We'll move to the next. So once VHP is validated, microbial excursion cannot happen in the isolator. That's not the expectation. There are various auditors who have said how you can get because there are so many things which are, yes, including the VHP cycle itself is so complex that you may still have it. So we'll move to the next. Okay, we'll move to the next. I think I've already answered this. So this is important. When you have isolator, the operational cost and the changeover time is very high. That's not true. The reason for that is that the changeover time, you have to assess that as part of your designing. If you have not designed it, isolator will have a impact on your changeover time. But in case if you have given the full thought during the designing, the operational excellence team is involved, I think you can avoid this and it can have more or less similar change over time. We'll move to the next. So I think I have covered all the things which are coming in the 483 observation. I have taken few examples related to that. and added there, you'll see more or less the same which I've discussed in the 483 observation. Okay. So thank you, everyone. We'll now open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Mr. Shukla. A very detailed and a well presented subject. Thank you for deep diving into really what are the types of isolators and the key design consideration that needs to be taken. So thank you one more time for joining us for this segment. I'll bring back Mr. Belapure in the frame for Q&A. We have a few questions received from our audience. So Shiri sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vikram. It was good presentation. And you covered all, though the time was short, probably we should have kept at least full session for 2 hours or so. Next time, probably.
Sure.
I think a few questions have been answered already but there are few questions still remaining. In isolator, do you have to have the air which is turbulent or the laminar?
See what happens. There is expectations are that you should have a laminar airflow.
Laminar.
But there are isolators where you have turbulent airflow. But the problem is in that case is the qualification becomes very, very difficult because on the surfaces, on the materials which are kept there, it is very difficult to say that it is particle free. The problem is with the particle. So even though microbial contamination may not there, particle contamination can happen. And I'll share my experience. So this is in 2008. I was working in a company where we had a closed isolator and we were doing our manufacturing and it had a turbulent airflow. The number of particle rejects which we were getting were so high. So we had to completely work on the system of cleaning and we used to do wet cleaning, wash in place of the isolator after the batch. Then we were able to reduce it to 10% of particle reject. But it was very, very difficult. So my expectation is, although they have not very clearly mentioned, but it's expected that we should have a laminar airflow.
Yeah, but we don't check the laminarity in the.
No, we check. The expectation is very clear now that you have to have a smoke study clearly mentioning that it sweeps the air from away from the product.
You said that if with the gloved hand, even if you put into the isolator, still it is considered as a intervention and again check from the microbiology point of view.
Yes.
What is the logic behind this? There must be some logic behind this whole thing, right?
See again. So see what's happened is I think the regulators once they give the observation to one company, that becomes a trend. So when PD has published their guidance, the Q&A related to isolator, and there were a lot of debates, discussion, and finally it was decided that we should follow exactly the same thing. So first air break should not happen. Even see, I think in RABs also, if you see, most of the companies have now started sterilizing the gloves in the RABs, correct? So what's the difference between the isolator where the gloves is 6-log microbial contaminant or sterilized with VHP and sterilized with so it remains the same. So the expectation now is that you should have intervention as what we do for RABs as well.
You touched the subject of changeover. Particularly in the isolator-based systems, I have seen the changeovers going up to the 2 days, 48 hours, from 12 hours to 48 hours. So how do you, because all the advantages what we are getting by isolator getting wiped out if the changeover times are so high. So line productivity comes with 15%, 16%, that's all, utilization.
No, I absolutely agree. And so again, what I say is that during the design phase, the way the changeover needs to be done, whether it is for the isolator changeover, I mean, and the changeover which is related to the machine parts, those are very, very important when we design the facility. I have seen companies, they were working on 14 hours of changeover inside the isolator as well, with CIP-SIP. Sorry, it was 16 with CIP-SIP. So
16 is the minimum we can consider, right?
No. So again, this is CIP-SIP. There are companies who don't have CIP-SIP, and there you can go even further down.
There is one question from Shanti Rajan. Shanti Ranjan. Okay. How to check integrity before and after each intervention?
No, before an intervention you cannot do. So
Not
you have to
afterwards.
do it before and after the batch.
Batch, correct.
So the post batch will become a pre one. That also is a possibility, but yeah, the expectation is pre and post batch, not intervention.
Virang Shah is asking, BI to be placed at one location or
So
three?
see, the expectation is that you should have one BI per location, but because you have rogue BIs, which can have an impact on your, I mean, it can fail. So some companies, what they do is they place one BI at each location, and in case if any BI fails, at that specific location, they will keep three and rerun the cycle, and they'll see based on the equation which is there to see what's the log reduction. Some companies, what they do is they keep
Whatever. Hello. Vikram. Hello. I lost him.
Priya, can
I
you take
believe
over?
there is some
Some
technical
technical
issue at
hitch.
Mr. Shukla's end.
He's there or no? I don't find him in the.
I
Okay,
believe yes, I believe there's some technical issue at his end. So, sir, can we wrap up the Q&A here and
so
we'll
I
move
think
forward to the
we'll
next
wrap up the
segment?
QA and then maybe afterwards. Thank you.
Yes, all right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, with that, I mean, I believe Mr. Shukla is not online right now. He's facing some technical issue, but we'd like to thank him. That was a very detailed and a very well presented segment. So, yeah, moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that our virtual audience right here is having an enriching time at the 10th Advanced GMP workshop, because up next is session 2. It is time to shift our focus on capability building and the human dimension of GMP, areas that are vital for sustaining quality over the long term. Well, our next presentation is on Page Foundation Building Tomorrow's Quality Leaders. And I'm very pleased to invite Mr. Amitava Saha, CEO of Page Foundation, to share how structured capability building initiatives are shaping the quality leaders of tomorrow. Well, he's the one who currently heads the Pharma Academy of Global Excellence, a skill building institute for the Indian pharma industry, and is very passionate about developing talent and building organizations. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We look forward to your talk, to your presentation. The audience, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, great. So first and foremost, thank you to the IPA team for inviting me for this seminar. It's a privilege to be here and addressing all of you. As Priya mentioned, it must have been a very enriching 1.5 days till now. And what I'll do is probably take you on a slightly different journey. After talking about a lot of technical details, we are going to talk a little bit about the human element, but the focus would remain on GMP and the shop floor. So before I start my presentation, quick introduction of myself. I've basically been an HR professional for a little over 25 years. And before that, I was a marketing professional. I worked in multiple industries, IT, ITES, banking, and pharma. My last stint was the group HR head for Biocon group of companies. So very pleased to present Page. This is an initiative we started last year, and I'll tell you how it was formed and what we are planning to do. So moving on. So why Page? Let's go to the next slide. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. So if you look at the numbers here, we are obviously, most of you are aware of this, India is known as a pharmacy of the world. And today, if we look at our market share, we are looking at a USD 60 odd billion But the interesting thing is, in the next 5 years, that 60 billion is going to go to almost 130 to 140 billion, could even touch 150 billion. So we are almost talking of a 2.5+ x growth, right? Now, how do you support this kind of a growth, right? Pharma is an industry which all of you are aware where things can't be done overnight. So it's a steady growing process, it's a consistent process. And basically, there are two or three levers which can actually propel this kind of growth. The first one, of course, is getting into more, niche drugs, drugs where we would be having the novel but, we have the novel drug, and so we get a lot of benefit financially from that. The second one, of course, is increasing our efficiency, and I'll touch on that more in detail. And the third one, of course, is expanding markets. Now, on the third one, I think we have been consistently, working our way up, and there aren't too many markets where Indian pharma has not reached. So that I don't think is going to be a key lever for this kind of an increase. Now, looking at the efficiency, there are two parts to pharma efficiency. Okay, one, of course, we produce more. So we have the same infrastructure, we have the same people, and we produce more, which obviously goes into automation, looks at new technology areas, and so on. The other part, which is equally important, is that we have very few batch rejects. We have very few observations from regulatory authorities, which finally translates to high quality and high compliance, right? So this is where our focus would be in the next few slides, because this is something which is a sure shot problem solver. And if we can get this right to the extent that we want, then why 120, 130 billion? We could be 200 billion and more, and consistently growing, right? So the next one is, of course, we have to have very strong alignment with all the regulatory practices, regulatory agencies, regulatory audits that are there. But eventually, they all come back to the same issue of quality. Now, what are some of the insights which we share regularly? So the first one is, of course, people need to have hands-on knowledge. We have a lot of people passing out every year. The numbers vary, but more or less, you would find a number close to 4 lakh graduates pass out of institutes in India every year in the pharma domain. Of course, a significant part of them also go for higher studies, but there are people who are in between jobs and higher studies. And it's a very interesting problem, because on one side you have an industry which is asking for more and more talent. On the other side, there's a talent pool which is waiting for the right jobs, or waiting for jobs which would give them a career ahead. But somehow the two is not getting bridged. So that remains as a problem area. So hands-on training is something which solves that area. And of course, that comes with people who are going to train. So when we are talking of trainers, we are looking at more and more people who are from the industry, who understand what happens every day, who understand the problems people face, who understand what regulatory audits mean. And that knowledge has to be passed on to this group of people. That would be the sure shot or the fastest way to quickly advance to the next level. And of course, when you talk of automation, we are talking about future-ready workforce, which is completely in alignment with the SOPs. So SOP is something we talk about a lot, and I'll come to SOP in a bit. But the most important observations, or the most critical observations that we see in the industry today for most regulatory audits are in the areas of compliance to SOPs. It's not that people don't understand SOPs, it's just that the compliance factor needs to be strengthened. Moving on. So, why Page? We spoke about training, we spoke about growth, but why Page? I mean, why not any other body? Why not any other institute? So, first and foremost, Page stands for Pharma Academy of or Global Excellence, or Pharma Academy for Global Excellence. And this is, to me, the only known body which is promoted and structured by the industry for training people for the industry. So it's like of the industry, for the industry, by the industry. Okay. And the most important aspect of page is that if you look at this slide, we have 13 large or the largest players in the pharma world in India today who are sponsors of page. These are the people who are promoting page. They are the people who have thought about page and they are monitoring how we are growing. So this is probably the only institute, the only body where the the, the touch point or the initiation happened before we actually went live. So usually what happens is you start an institute, then you come up with a product, teach a certain set of students, and then touch base with the industry. For us, it's the reverse, which obviously means that we are already ahead in the race. We already know what needs to be done. And so we are going to contribute more significantly than most others. If we just go back to the previous slide, so the thought that drove Page was today, if you look at the important needs of the industry, they're extremely dynamic, they're extremely time sensitive. So we are seeing policies change, we are seeing issues which are different, we are seeing a lot of automation which is changing the entire face of the industry and the way it operates. So what we need are two three very important things. One, we need focus on technology. Okay? There's nothing that can happen without focus on technology as we stand today. And all of you, I'm sure, are using some part of AI or are getting influenced by some part of AI in one way or the other. The next one is we need to look at excellence. And when we say excellence, it's not a word I'm using very lightly. It is something which is at the core of Page and at the core of Page's existence. Because when we are talking of quality culture, when we are talking of a high level of compliance, it's all about excellence. We need to look at ourselves as a global entity, as a country which is supplying to the entire globe, and not just low cost high produced drugs, but also high quality drugs. And we are not doing it low cost, we are doing it at a cost which is affordable. And for that you need a very good system, you need a process which is extremely sensitive, extremely dynamic to change, and continuous upgradation. The last one is, learning today does not stop at any age. A lot of you who are in this seminar today, you would have seen multiple learning initiatives happen in your own organization or organizations, depending on how many places you've worked in. And you will also find that as you keep growing, you will continuously be learning. Only thing, the mode of learning might change, the kind of programs may change, but it's continuous learning. So these are the four pillars of Page. So our values basically talk about technology, about excellence, about being a global citizen, having a global mindset, and lifelong learning. So basically what we want to kind of focus on out here is that we're not just a training initiative. I mean, there are many institutes like this across the country who are just doing training, but we are being built for global excellence. We are built for long-term capability building. And one of the things I wanted to touch base here is when all the industry leaders, the companies you saw in the next slide, they came together a year back, they actually put their thoughts on creating an independent institute sponsored by the industry, which would be built for scale. So one, the institute would be extremely dynamic. Two, the institute will use the great faculty, the great depth of knowledge that is lying in all these companies today, both from their existing and ex-employees. And third, we need a certain scale of operation because no independent institute today can actually change the face of education for the industry the way we would intend to do. So we are talking of numbers which will go into 5 digits over a period of 3 to 5 years. So that's the impact that Page is going to make. Let's move on. The next slide, please. Okay. So how are we going to be structured? And this has a certain thought process which has emanated from how we want to deliver our training programs. So programs would need to be delivered from multiple locations, because today, if you look at pharma companies and particularly manufacturing units of pharma companies, we are all over the country. But we need to have a couple of hubs identified. So Ahmedabad and Hyderabad are two cities which we have identified as hubs where we will have physical academies. And the best part of the physical academy would be that we would have an end-to-end operations line, both for OSD and for injectables, where fresh students who are coming into the industry or wanting to come to the industry can get hands-on training. And some of the programs which are being developed for existing employees can also be conducted on certain equipment. This would not be equipments for commercial purpose for obvious reasons, but these are equipments which are functional, and the students would be allowed to operate under supervision those instruments. So if you look at some of the other training academies in India today, including some of the companies, most of them do not have equipments, number one, and the others who have equipments do not have them as functional equipment. So people can go and take a look, but that's it. They can't really operate them. Of course, for the companies, it's very different, because there, once a person joins, he or she has, the quick induction of 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, depending on the company, and then they get deputed to the actual site of work where they learn on the job, right? So we are going to, kind of preset that process, and I'm going to talk to you about it. So the way we will operate is through a hub and spoke model. The hubs would be at Ahmedabad and Hyderabad as of now. We will have COEs, which will function as centers of excellence with deep learning, with deep capabilities being brought by industry leaders. And they would be on overall manufacturing, overall quality, and then we look at specialized knowledge for OSD, injectables, and we could have other areas as well. Two things which will run parallel or which will run throughout all the programs. One is technology, and one is compliance practices on the things that we need to follow in every aspect of manufacturing. Moving on. Right. So if you look at the 4 or 5 broad categories of people who are working in the industry today, the first one is obviously where the pyramid is the broadest, right? So these are the graduates who are coming in from colleges, and we are structuring them through a simple yet very deep, profound, and real life graduation certification program. So it's not a degree, it's not a diploma. It's a quick certificate. The duration could be 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, depending on how we structure the content. But the focus here would be teaching them real life scenarios, teaching them through actual case studies, aspects of basic manufacturing practices, GMP, for example. That's where we start. Then we go on to manufacturing practices, which are in OSDs and injectables, with quality, running as a continuous, bottom. And we of course have engineering services, which would complete the entire manufacturing shop floor. So one of the things that I want to stress on is the focus of PAGE will be on the shop floor, on manufacturing, quality, and engineering for the next 3 to 5 years. And that would actually propel the growth that we talked about in the first slide. So when we look at employees, the employees are broadly divided into 3 categories. The first one are employees who have spent about 3, 5, 6 years on the shop floor. They're facing the auditors today, and they are also the people who are tenured, and they are teaching the freshers how to get inducted into the system. So there we are obviously talking of refresher courses. We are talking of more focus on quality, and not just soft skill the way a language is taught, because that is being done through various other initiatives by the companies. Here we are talking of building a certain communication which is apt for the external auditors, for presenting to any client team which is coming. So very focused on that kind of communication and not as English as a subject, right? We are also talking about relook at or refresher courses in record writing, in writing SOPs. So those are going to be critical. In the next level, we are talking of the leaders at the site. So there we are talking of the right documentation practices. We are talking of 483 inspection readiness, talking of simplifying SOPs, because that's one thing which I'm sure all of you who are on this webinar would agree that in many companies, SOPs tend to be getting fatter and fatter with every audit. Now, all the companies have agreed and they have taken steps to relook at these documents from time to time and simplify them so that compliance becomes easier. So that's a very important step. And we believe that Page as an academy can contribute significantly to this learning process. And as we move to the senior management, there we are talking more about culture. It's not about leadership development. We are not focusing on leadership development, but we are looking at culture, particularly culture of quality, culture of compliance, which obviously is driven top down. So the focus is the shop floor, but there are different people who look at the shop floor or impact the shop floor differently. So there are modules which are being designed for those people with a different approach or a different content. Moving on. So how do we really help the company? So first and foremost, if we are going to do a real-time, real-world, practical example-led induction program, which will have end-to-end knowledge from GMP to packaging, it actually shortens the induction for the companies to a significant extent. And in the next slide, you will see when we go there, or we can take a quick view on the next slide. Uh, the team that is going to be training on behalf of Page are actually people from the industry. So you will find people who are either in the industry today as leaders, or they have left the industry but are very keen to contribute back to the industry and the society. So are very keen teachers. So they're very rich in their experience. So the first thing we do is to train people before they start working in a comprehensive manner, which serves three purposes. The first one is the pharma companies can shorten their induction and they would get a more ready, a more prepared person on the floor. That's number one. Number two, we believe that if a person who comes to work understands the actual contribution of what he or she makes every day at the end product level, then it makes a huge difference to his or her mindset in the way they look at quality. So the first thing is nobody starts off from home in any job or in any industry saying, today I'm going to do something which is bad, right? That's not how anybody approaches their life. So what happens is you come with the intent to do everything right, follow every process, but somewhere things do not comply to what the set standards are or the set rules are. So the first thing is if you know that a small mistake, a 0.2 difference in reading at the shop floor level can impact significantly the batch and in some cases the end product which finally will be consumed by your own family or somebody you know, then of course your attention to detail would be much more. And in the same light, if a person knows that how the rest of the entire industry functions, the different processes happen, then their own choice of career, their own choice of focus on their career would also be slightly different from what it is today. So that, along with inputs which happen at every good company from time to time, would help people in the industry to choose the right career, would choose the right growth path, and hence sort out a lot of confusion which happens today. And I've been in the industry for 10 years, and I have seen youngsters being very confused as to what they want to do next. And that's never healthy. So these are the three things that we are going to address. The next one, of course, is fill critical gaps. And I'll give you an example. See, today, if you look at almost all pharma companies, engineering is a very, very important aspect. In fact, as we move into more and more automation, we want people who are graduates of pharmacy to also understand automation, the machines, the engineering side of things. And some of the base engineering practices would always remain. Now, every company approaches this differently. Okay, somebody does it need-based, somebody does it in smaller groups. But what Page is intending to do is to actually run freshers programs end to end, which would focus on engineering. And we'll also bring in a certain amount of automation for those courses to ensure that people, when they join the companies, are sufficiently skilled, or at least they know the concepts of what they're going to work in. And this definitely is going to help. So, critical gap filling. And this also is done for employees who are on the rolls. They need to be trained in a certain machine. Usually, the company would do it. But to take them out and give them an overview of not just that machine, of all the other practices that are happening in that area across the globe today makes a significant difference. The third one, of course, as I said initially, that once you know what the entire industry does, how your work impacts other processes, a person is better tuned to the growth journey. So he or she can choose a better growth path and be very clear about it, which would reflect in their contribution on a daily basis. So that's what Page is looking to. We are going to make leaders, but we are not focusing on leadership training right now. We are focusing on efficiency, compliance, and quality to create the leaders of tomorrow. Moving on to the next slide. So we ran a couple of pilot programs. I don't want to spend too much time on this, so I will quickly tell you what we did. Moving on to the next slide. So we trained a group of youngsters in the course that I just laid out. Can we move to the next slide, please? That course, if you look at the graphs, we had a very healthy participation from both male and female trainings. That's also something that we want to help, go in the future. We also want people who are today not being able to access large company jobs due to the remote locations in which they are located, or a certain amount of money which need to be spent for finishing schools or being skilled to work. So we are also addressing those areas because we are a not-for-profit Section 8 organization. So if you look at this, we had a healthy batch of about 45 people split almost equally between the two genders. We actually took them through a 4-week training. In that 4-week training, we taught them everything from a GMP to a packaging tool. Let's move on to the next slide. So these are the people who actually taught. So if you look at it, each person's profile would reflect that they have been seniors, they have led large teams, they have led large initiatives for their ex organizations, and many of them have worked in multiple organizations, all of them at the top of Indian pharma industry today. So what they bring together is absolutely priceless. And you can't put a value on that because it's all about examples, it's all about situations, it's all about case studies. And that's what Page is gearing up to do. Let's move on. So, as I said, we start from the fundamentals of GMP and we cover both manufacturing processes, OSD, sterile. We bring in engineering in the middle so that people are equally well versed in engineering because the engineering practices are also slightly different between the two manufacturing processes. And finally, quality control is something which runs across. Moving on. Yeah, we also had a couple of visits to equipment manufacturers and industry so that people could understand and see what's really happening. OEM is a great place for people to learn because there they can go very close to the machines and actually see them, and do practical, examples and stuff like that. Moving on. Right. So this is the last slide that I have. So we have built up this program for existing employees. We are now talking to all the large companies for putting in their people as a first batch of training, and this is going to be a repeatable process. So we'll talk about QC refresher in terms of subject matter, then also move on to document or record writing, and finally a good one-day refresher in OEMs or any kind of automation that they're using. So that's my presentation. Open to questions. We have probably a couple of minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Saha. To be the global benchmark in pharmaceutical training for quality and manufacturing excellence, Fantastic to see the values, the purpose that Page Foundation brings, and how they are really building quality leaders for tomorrow. So, thank you one more time for joining us for that segment. And over to Mr. Belapure to join in and take a few questions from our audience.
Amita, thank you for the interesting presentation.
Thank you.
I think there are not many questions. There are two questions, not really questions, but the offer for the collaboration. I think there is here I can see her Pradeepti Are. She has asked what simple ways can Page collaborate with professor like me to build our skills in teaching GMP leadership, making classroom more effective. So
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So, yeah, what I would suggest is if you can contact me through the team which is organizing the seminar, we can have a chat and find out what exactly you're looking for, because we are looking at multiple people who can add to the education that we are structuring. So even if you're not in the industry, we can always tie up and see how this particular aspect can be brought to the students.
so once this program is over, maybe next week she can connect with us. We can work it out there.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Then second question was, what are the various assessments done to evaluate the learners who have undergone the.
So two things. See, for the freshers, obviously we have a screening test which looks at some of their, personality attributes, and also looks at some of the areas that they have studied in their graduation or post graduation program. But the important thing is post program assessment. And today, what we are structuring is a very, very simple yet deep feedback process, which would be on a 60, 90, 120 days after these freshers have joined their jobs, to understand how they are putting into practice what we have been teaching, more from a mindset perspective than actual ability, because the actual ability is being taught somewhere else in terms of how to handle the machine. The second one is for existing trainees of employee groups. There we are again putting down a structure where there could be a project like a capstone project where we track the presentation and actual real scenarios that they are going to prepare and deliver. And of course, we are also talking of assessments which can be led on the leadership side from a technical, aspect, not the HR leadership part, but the leadership from a technical aspect, and that's going to reflect very soon.
Thank you, Amit. I think that's all for the session. Thank you very much. We are done in
Thank
on
you.
time.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks for your time.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Saha, for that presentation. And I hope that the audience is still energized, because we have a lot of sessions, a gamut of sessions, and ending with a high profile panel discussion as well. So stay with us, keep up the energy, keep up the spirit, because up next, we are going to explore and talk about the role of academia in strengthening the quality ecosystem. And I'm very delighted to invite Dr. Manisha Sridhar, Regional Advisor, World Health Organization, to speak on the role of academia in quality ecosystem. Well, she's the Regional Advisor at the WHO Southeast Asia Regional Office, working on public health, regulation, trade, and access to health products. She's advised on WTO negotiations, FTAs, and policies for universal health coverage and access to medicines. A very warm welcome, ma'am. We are looking forward to your segment. Over to you.
Thank you. And I want to thank IPA and Shirish for inviting me for this very important discussion and this program. In fact, when Shirish sent in his email, that really takes us to my first slide, because I thought of when we talk about capacity building and capability areas and the role of academia, I did think of the very well-known philosopher Alvin Toffler, and that goes, please go ahead with my first slide. I thought that we need to highlight the fact that, we are in an age and in an area where there is a very profound change happening in terms of the role of academia in the quality ecosystem. So please take the first slide. I thought this would be important for us to see the context in which we are, because you may have heard of this book, Future Shock, which was actually written by him in 1970, and he talked about too much change in too short a time. And this is exactly where we are today, especially when we see AI and Chat GPT, and the role that we need to take up in terms of academic excellence and academic performance to meet the requirements of the society today. And he had talked about the 3 waves of civilization. And there was another book, Third Wave, which talked about the information knowledge-based society. I actually put this all over here because it is so very interesting. And if somebody wants to go back to it, you will have the material where to look for it. But more importantly, if you look at the 4th bullet, what he had said was the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And that is where a lot of our discussion that we are having, even in terms of the role of academia related to GMP and others, this is where it is all centered. And as I mentioned, that in terms of skill acquisition and the ability to look at some of the outdated information and behaviors and the role of AI as we will move across in many of our pharmaceutical practices, this will become very important. And I think we need to keep abreast of it as we move forward. Given that, I thought, let me first give you some idea of what WHO is doing at a global level. So at the next slide, please. So there is this WHO Academy that has been established in Lyon in France. And this was an outcome of the pandemic in 2019, when there was a need to look at how better learning could promote a more healthy ecosystem in terms of healthy outcomes across the world. And this WHO Academy has been formally launched just last year in December in 2024. And there is a detailed WHO Academy strategy 2024-26, which is available widely on the net. And that gives an information on how WHO proposes to address a lifelong learning. And they are looking at, what are the continuous processes for acquiring knowledge and how to stay updated with the best practices. And they're also talking about how to adopt new technologies. So these are some of the objectives of the WHO Academy in Lyon. And if you look at the target learners, among others, it is also, public health professionals and national institutes of health training. So a lot of academia should be able to delve into some of these courses that are available in the Academy in Lyon. They are also developing these courses. So some of our academic institutions could also partner in the development of these courses so that they are very useful to the different categories in the developing countries and other countries as well. In terms of biomanufacturing, as I said, this whole initiative was actually an outcome of the COVID-19, but they looked at initiatives aimed to provide LMICs, the low and middle income countries, with the know-how, skills, and competencies to manufacture vaccines. And in this, there are these 2 bullets which I have highlighted, where with the Republic of Korea, they are actually supporting the delivery and design of certain training programs for biomanufacturing. And there is a global training hub for biomanufacturing that has been established as part of the system. In the next slide, I have actually, please go to the next one. I have just defined the priority areas of interest. Unfortunately, in the format that you now have before you, this is not very visible. But if you look at the last bullet, the second last bullet, it talks about medical products, vaccines, and technologies. So this is in the WHO Academy a priority area of interest. And they are looking at course topics related to research, development, production, supply chain, and regulation of medicines and technologies. And in this aspect, again, there is a lot of scope for collaboration with the academy, and also not only in terms of developing specific courses which are aligned to the needs of many of the countries, but more importantly also which may act as dissemination points for the academia across the world. So this is one of the priority areas which is directly related to the objective of this workshop. Next slide. In this second aspect of the priority areas, I think we need to highlight the area which is with respect to some of the courses related to One Health, including AMR. And this is the in terms of laboratory capacity for diagnosis and surveillance. And these are some of the areas that could be of interest and where some of the work that is happening in this academy can be very useful. Next slide, please. I just put this up to say that when we look at the role of academia in quality ecosystem, I think it is some of the work that is important, and what Paige also has now needed to do emerges from the fact that academia in itself has not been able to provide a workforce that is ready for the takeoff when it meets the industry. And how best academia industry partnership to make this happen is very important if we are actually looking for the best outcomes and for the society as a whole to get the best out of the resources that are actually put into developing a particular product. So once we develop better academia industry partnership for across the value chain of the supply and the use of the products, then it would be very useful across to be able to get efficiencies into the system. And that is why I have actually adapted a part of this slide to say that whether it is R&D and innovation, and some of this aspect was also covered by the CSIR Dr. Ashish yesterday in the GMP training workshop that you have just had. And then in manufacturing, how to actually translate some of that work. And then the registration process, the selection, pricing, procurement and supply, prescribing, dispensing and use. There is a lot of collaboration that is possible, even in terms of dissemination of the information that the industry provides across the different sections of the academia, so that there is a better takeoff in terms of the professional output that is emerging from many of these academic institutions. And given the large expectations from the industry and what is needed given in terms of the challenges that we are meeting on the health front, also because of a very challenging international environment as well, as we can see across governments across the globe, some of these aspects and better collaboration can assist in terms of getting better products at good prices and also better dissemination across. The next slides, please. I do want to highlight that WHO as a group has been very reluctant to connect with manufacturers. And one of the reasons has been the concern on ethics. But I will also present later some of the very good work that we were able to do with IPA and Shirish. But more importantly, what triggered, and in fact, some of that work that we did helped in development of this May 2021 resolution. So this is a resolution for the first time during COVID. They talked about strengthening local production of medicines and other health technologies to improve access. And this, as you can see, it was during the time of COVID that this resolution took place. And that is how, for the first time, WHO also, through member states, decided to reach out to the industry. And that has assisted in developing a better understanding of the health outcomes and and the role that the industry, regulation, and global organization as WHO can play. And the reason I followed it up with the other two resolutions, the World Health Assembly, as you know, the World Health Assembly is a forum where all the health ministers across the 192 countries of WHO meet. 191 now, because as you know, US is out. I think it should be 190. Argentina is also no longer part of WHO. But given that these countries, the health ministers come together and they pass these WHO resolutions under the WHO constitution, which defines the scope of work. So, but interestingly, you know, after we had the 2021 resolution, we also had this resolution on strengthening clinical trials, which directly impacts on the work on how the industry is bringing new products onto the market. In fact, in your opening presentation, Dr. Raghuvanshi mentioned that we are looking at innovative products now. In terms of innovative, absolutely new products, India has still some way to cover. But in terms of innovation for taking a product and designing around the patents and actually making products useful in the diagnostics and devices space, some of the startups are proceeding at a very fast pace. And I think this is something that we need to see and build our strength on as we look at how the academia and industry can work together in terms of better outputs. And then we also have the 2023 resolution, which talks about diagnostic capacity. So immediately after this 21 resolution, there has been a number of engagements that have been useful in this space. I do want to mention that from time to time, we have these WHO technical report series. And while these are open consultations and the reports are put out in the public domain for comments, there are very few comments that actually emerge from our country. And we have been trying to give better dissemination. But I do want to use this forum of IPA and which Sudarshan and Shirish have today provided, that I would urge you to please keep track of some of these TRS documents and also contribute, because we find that when we are in those regional and global meetings, they are primarily driven by some of the industry partners, well-known ones from the West, and we don't have enough participation from our country, even though we are supplying so many generics across the world. And I have just highlighted these last two because this is where I was closely involved and we didn't get much participation. And I thought it would be useful just to keep it in the back of your mind that when these documents come out, because, you know, they define the global standards and they are open for discussion. And sometimes we are able to give our point of view, which gets accepted. And it would be very useful to have standards which meet our own requirements. In the last point over here, I have actually highlighted the WHO HTAP program, where we are closely collaborating with the Sri Chitra Institute of Medical Sciences and Technologies in Kerala. This is an academic and also an institution which is working very closely in terms of developing a new TB diagnostic kit. And this is now in close validation with the ICMR, and we are hoping to take it up at a global level. And beginning this, we hope there will be many more technologies that are there in our academic institutions and our institutes, which can be pushed up in terms of a global outreach that we can develop. Next slide, please. This is just a quick highlight as to when we actually look up the role of academia in the quality ecosystems. We know about the human resource development, but I've just highlighted in red things that we do need to highlight. So, for example, is our workforce actually fit for purpose? They should not require retraining. Ideally, once the academic institute, and we have so many pharmacy graduates emerging, but somehow we are not able to, the academia and industry connect is not as strong as it should be. And this is something that we do need to develop. We have been having some discussion with the Department of Pharmaceuticals in the ministry. They are also keen to look at improving some of the work done by NIPER, which I have in the next slide. But this is something work in progress. And I think if Shirish and Sudarshan can find the time and the wherewithal, they could a little better collaboration with the ministry itself can also provide impetus to the existing resources, in addition to some of the additional work that we need to do in terms of getting the graduates ready for the industry and to be able to contribute from day one when they move there. Then in terms of knowledge production and research, we have applied research, we have data repositories. A lot of work can be done over here and is being done, but we need to collaborate better to make sure that the outcomes are there. And then the industry academia linkages. I do think that in terms of the role in clinical trials, getting an academia perspective can be very useful and develop more robust databases and also more confidence in what has emerged. And these are some of the areas that we need to look at, especially when we look at some of the BAB studies that are being done by the industry. Just putting in an academic partner can be very useful in terms of building up the ecosystem. And we have had some good work being done, as I have mentioned, even in the Sri Chitra Institute, some of the work that has emerged out of this. And then, of course, the quality assurance and governance aspect, this is something that needs to be borne in mind. The only issue when we look at industry-academia collaboration is the choice on ethics. How exactly to make sure that we are transparent in what we need to do, and this is something that has been of concern. Once this is solved, then there is nothing else that should hold us back in terms of a very vibrant outcomes. Next slide. So I did put up this slide this is some of the work that is part of the trained skilled workforce. In this, I do want to add that, while we look at some of the degrees and some of the certification that is emerging because of the different pharmacy graduates that are coming, there is a very special know-how that is part of the pharma industry, which you cannot get just through some kind of official documentation. In fact, just the last session I was listening through when Vikram Shukla was speaking, such a simple thing as when gloves would be used and how to use them and the different photographs that he showed. This is something that the pharma graduates or the lab people who are working, they have to learn hands-on. And this know-how is very critical. And if people like Shirish and others still have questions to ask, you can imagine the person who is actually sitting working on the shop floor, how he may think a certain SOP is not really very important and do something which then leads to batch problems. So I think apart from a skilled workforce and training on exactly the formal training, the know-how aspect also needs to be kept in mind. And I think this is probably an area of work that we do need to strengthen in terms of developing better collaboration. Next slide. I mentioned NIPER. I have already covered this, but we had some discussions and we should be able to get better collaboration with existing institutes as well. And I do encourage that the IPA also connects better on some of these existing institutes because they have the wherewithal. And if you look at the last bullet point, they are intended to act as a nucleus for interaction between academics and industry. And if that is so, then we should be able to use that resource that is there to provide better facilities to our industry. And also, as mentioned earlier, the graduates themselves will also benefit from better training. Next, please. Next slide. So I just put this slide in the interest of time. I'm not going to go into it, but what I do want to state is that we have the International Council for Harmonization, which was actually a product of the WHO ICDRS system in 1989. And we have some very excellent materials that have emerged from this. I do think that the ICH talks about industry and regulators, but there is a scope for academic collaboration in terms of some of the documents also that have emerged on this. And I think this is some of the areas that we need to look at a global level, how we can better collaborate on this system as well, given the depth of scientific literature, and that is actually useful for the industry that emerges out of it. Next, please. This is just to show you some of the work that WHO has been doing in the global benchmarking tool, and all these 1 to 9, which are the regulatory strengthening functions, and on which the regulators have been actually examined under the global benchmarking tool, have direct liaison with the industry. And this is something that the industry also needs to know what is happening in the WHO system, which can enable them to understand the mind of the regulators better when they come for their inspections. Next slide. Yeah, so this is some of the work that Shirish had actually spearheaded with us. And I do want to mention, because in this, we had the JSS Mysuru, which is an academic university, which housed these workshops that were done during COVID-19. This is the first time this happened anywhere in the world, and full marks to the IPA and Shirish and Sudarshan and the entire team that supported this. We also had excellent support from B. Suresh, who was part of this, who was from the JSS Mysuru University, and the former DCGI, who was also there spearheading this program, Surinder Singh. And because of this very close collaboration that we were able to develop, this was highlighted, has been highlighted, is being highlighted across WHO at different levels as a very big successful story. And IPA has contributed to this, and I think these are just some numbers that you can go through in terms of how many participants were covered. This was a very enriching experience where we got together in terms of CGMP training for the different industries, and we trained more than 323 participating units, and you can see some of the participants that were there. Next slide. This is my last slide, and the reason I put this here is just to show you that some of the work that is happening on the mRNA hub, and this is being developed in South Africa. And the reason why I think this slide is very important when we actually look at the role of academia is that if you look at the last, second last, this is actually housed in the South African universities, and the University of Witwatersrand, the second last, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth last on the blue is actually giving you the details of the university which has housed this program. This was established in 2021 as an outcome of because of the COVID and the fact that most countries practiced national priorities for vaccination. There was issues. There was an issue in terms of indemnification of some of the vaccines that were deployed. So all these had to be, for better dissemination. This is some work that is happening. But I also want you to see that if you look at the blue, look at the number of partners that are coming together to develop this in South Africa. So there is a big push, and how much of a push is needed when we actually look at technology transfer in terms of a program. But here again, it is the academia that is the base, as we did earlier, having the University of Mysuru as the academic hub to get everybody together. So I think this is a work which we can take. This is just to highlight what is happening there, but this is a better collaboration with academia can actually lead to better outcomes in the long run. And this is something for IPA and us to also define. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Dr. Manisha, for giving us an inside view into what is really the role of academia in quality ecosystem. So thank you so very much. With that, I'd like to pass back the screen to Mr. Belapure to take up the questions we have received from our audience.
Thank you, Manisha. It was nice after a long time coming back again with the contact with you. I think your presentation is giving a lot of ideas to us, and whatever you are saying related to the technical reports as well as the collaboration with the institutes like that we are already pursuing it, and we would like to take your help also there wherever possible, and maybe we can repeat our program what we did earlier. So
Absolutely, yeah. That was a very successful program. You did a great job. We covered more than 38 topics, and they were, in fact, most of what you're discussing today was discussed even then, and you had absolutely the best persons to disseminate the program.
true. I think the earlier our all experts are reminding me why we are not doing it again. I said, let me check with them. Okay, I think thank you very much. I don't think I have any questions except one of the professor is asking about the collaboration with you, which will send it separately.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I wish you all the best and thank you for this very interesting workshop.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Priya.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Belapure. And with that, our audience, we move forward to our next segment. Well, from one enriching conversation to another, I believe that was really expected from this workshop, from the 10th AGMP workshop. And I believe that is what we're exactly delivering, right? So it's now time we move forward to our next session. It's time we switch gears to yet another important topic, which is the human side of GMP, the mindset, behaviors, and culture. Well, yes, you heard it right. Our next subject is going to talk about and deliberate on the human side of good manufacturing practices. And I'm elated and delighted to invite our next speaker. Joining us is Mr. Kiran Jadhav, the Associate Director at Kaizen Institute South Asia and an improvement leader with extensive experience in operational excellence and continuous improvement. Very warm welcome, sir. We are
Yes,
looking
thanks,
forward
Priya.
to this segment, and yes, the audience is yours.
Great. Good evening. Thanks, Priya, for the introduction. Well, very interesting topic, very different, quite non-technical. Uh, One thing, about this topic, because I've been consulting pharma industry since last 10 years, right? And not just pharma, but I've been doing the same across aviation, FMCG, textile, etc., right? But why human side is very important when it comes to GMP and the pharma sector. So I'll try to elaborate more on that. Going forward to the next slide. So one thing, this was the question I used to ask myself. I work in textile, aviation, oil and gas, and also pharma. So why do we just have GMP for pharma, right? So I think I'd like to spend some couple of minutes on the very basics of this topic. Like any product, whether it's clothes or whether it's car, right? You can understand the quality by looking into it, by feeling into it, right? But when it goes to the pharma, your vaccines, medicines, you can't just tell about the quality choices by looking into it, right? So it is based on the procedures, processes that has made that product, right? And another thing that is very critical is the consumer that uses the pharma product is basically not in a good condition, right? So the probability or the threshold to make an error for us as a producer is almost zero, right? So that is why it is very important topic, and this comes from very important industry. India, if you look, we are the largest producer as per volume for generic medicine, 20%, and if you go into vaccines, it's around 60%, right? So as in country also, where there's a lot of manpower, it's very important for to understand why GMP is important, and as a human potential and as a human being, what role do I play to ensure that I help my country to produce the medicines exactly as per the standards, right? So this was a brief on that. Next. So what is GMP? I think this is a set of regulations. It has been in place for long, but I think 1969 is when WHO called it as an GMP, and later in 1978, US FDA launched it as its own regulation. We have Schedule 4 that is being, will be active next year. So this GMP is basically a robust framework that ensures that from raw material to WIP to FG to the distribution, there are certain rules and regulation that the producer follows that basically meets the expectation of consumers and regulators, right? Now, five P's, right? I think this is very common. Everyone knows it, right? Going to the next slide, I'd like to just brief upon that. Out of this five P's, if you look at the screen, four P's are mostly standardized. When a producer starts producing, right, he knows what premises has to be there, what should be the filtration, etc. Right? The procedures or the manufacturing processes are also standardized, right? And the product composition is also standardized. Now, the idea is that if you look at this four P's, the P that is mostly variable and is very difficult to control is the P of people, right? So for me, throughout my experiences that I've worked in three to four major pharma companies, including India and MNC, I think those who have edge over the fifth P, that is people, have an advantage, right? And what aspects of human side of GMP needs to be as taken as an advantage, I'll cover that in next slide. But I think that is where this topics becomes very critical. Um, the content, what I've tried to do here is we'll go into three steps, right? So first thing, when I look into pharma industry, I always try to during my consulting speak about robot mentality, right? So what is robot mentality going forward? Is I've seen people, following the same set of rules, using the same tech, using the same checklist, doing the task for sake of doing it, right? So that is what it speaks about robot mentality. Next. Yeah, next please. Right. So the idea is that how do we ensure that the mentality of doing the task for the sake of task is avoided, right? So the idea is that if you focus on people, how do we succeed on GMP framework, right? So one thing, before we proceed, I would like to highlight upon is GMP is a framework built on rules, right? But its success is built on trust and motivation, right? And that success will not come if the humans or the people in an organization follow the robot mentality, which is very common in pharma industry, right? So the idea is that when a operator or a supervisor or a manager is hired, right, he should understand that if I'm doing a sign on a document, if I'm doing a check on a checklist, what does it mean? If I don't do it, what will happen, right? So it is very important that the linkage of doing a task with the final why is being understood by each and every person in the pharma and the biologics industry, right? Next. Now, why does not happen is because there's a fear of red pain. I'll try to explain it in detail as we go to the four pillars. But the idea that happens here is that people do tasks for sake of doing tasks is because there's a fear that if I make any mistake, whether the mistake is small or big, will basically lead into blame, punishment, or investigation. That is an idea or that is a concept because of which people really don't come up. Uh, they don't speak on errors, or basically they try to follow that has been doing, over last period of years, right? So this is a very important thing. And connecting back to it on the next slide, I think if you ask an operator or a supervisor that if this checkbox was not done and still he's clicking it, right? He's signing it off. What does it mean, right? So the final why, next slide, please. The final why is basically the patient that he is connected to it, right? So whatever processes that we are doing it is for the patients that are basically consuming our medicines, right? So I have been seeing it that whenever an incident occurs, the standard response that comes in is the operator X or Y made a mistake, right? So I think it is a quite of a shortcut which basically ends the investigation prematurely and fails to improve the system. So the belief that we try to put into, which is a Japanese belief, is basically don't blame the people, blame the processes, right? So whenever an error happens or whenever a GMP procedure is being not followed, how the question can be changed, that what made it, or what system are we following that is not ensuring that we are not meeting the criteria, or that is resulting into an error, right? So I think that is a important change in mindset that has to be made. Next, please. And throughout the changes in GMP regulations at the US FDA side and also Indian side, I think there is a view that has changed. For all the root cause analysis, I think it is made very clear that human error is a symptom, right? So it is not the root cause, it is a symptom. Maybe he has not got any training, maybe he has not understood the process, or maybe there's a flaw into the process, right? So what I'm trying to say is that how do we ensure that any error that happens or people not following is taken as a symptom and not as a root cause. Next. So most of time, the root cause is different. That has to be digged into place. So the idea of this part of my session, as in robot mentality, is basically how do we engage into culture of people where we allow them to come up with errors. We allow them to understand that if they are doing a X task in a certain shift, what does that mean, right? And how it is basically related to their final consumer. So only if they understand that if I don't do this correctly, if I don't do this as per the standard regulated by GMP, the final outcome in the product may have a flaw, which could result into serious things for our consumers, right? So only when they understand that aspect and get out of that robot mentality, I think that is where it is only possible to ensure that the people aspect is also standardized and the entire 5 P's of GMP are made as a success for the regulations. Next, please. Next slide. Next. Right. So I think that is what I spoke about. I have not put much content on the slide, but I think the idea is very clear that each person understands the why behind us. I've tried to put in that every signature, every check, every line clearance is basically not a task done, but it is a promise of our quality and safety to someone's parent, someone's mother, someone's father or child, right? So it is very important, and I always try to emphasize it with my pharma clients that whoever is working on machine, whether it's be compression, granulation, whoever is doing the line clearance, whether he understands his role into the entire pharma ecosystem, right? So I think only when that is being told to him, that is when he is sensitized about. I think the adherence from the people aspect for GMP would be much higher, right? So I think that is the first part of my presentation, which I wanted to start. Going forward, next slide. Next. The next part that I would like to speak about are the four pillars, which are very important to ensure that the practical implementation happens on the in the plant, on the shop floor, on the Gemba, right? Before I go to four pillars, I always say that this is a journey from C to C, right? So C to C is journey from compliance to culture that you can see on next slide. And only when it becomes a culture inherited within the behavior of people, that is when it is possible that the people is standardized, right? So the idea of fourth all the four pillars is that how do we ensure that we go from compliance to culture, right? And I have seen that only the just culture or the Kaizen CI culture ensures that you can control the 50, because there are large pharma organizations with 5,000, 10,000 people across, and it's very difficult to control them, right? I've seen instances where a plant head may not know what's happened in last night, right? Whether it's a mess, whether it's a resource efficiency problem, or whether it's an error, right? So only the person doing the job If he takes it seriously, if he understands it, right, that is when this is possible to have that compliance. So that is why the culture is very important. Next slide. And what is a current state and a target state? So as I spoke about compliance to culture, so compliance is basically I have to do this, or if I'm a boss, I say that you need to do this, right? But the new way, or the continuous improvement or a just culture that I will speak about in the coming slide, is where people understand that I want to do this, right? And this comes even when a certain SOP is there and there are errors, right? So he says that I need to improve this situation, right? Or whatever is as per standard is leading to an error, right? And we need to change it. So the shift of mindset from that this is being told, this is being regulated, this is an SOP, and this has to be done, to a new way that I have to change it, I have to improve it. Where I come with problems, I come with errors, I highlight it, right? So this is a shift that is required. One thing with a lot of pharma companies I've seen, there are a lot of SOPs, right? So whenever I've start engagements with different pharma companies, there's no one saying that we have no SOPs or less SOPs. Always the problem is people don't follow SOPs. Our people constantly change. We retrain. Still there is a big problem on compliance side, right? We are never ready for audits, right? I always call a term called as anytime readiness for audits, right? So the idea is that how do you change that behavior, right? So I'll speak about four things. So the first thing on the next slide itself is how do you create this just culture or a CI culture. Next slide, please. Yeah, next. So I think the foundation of this and this drives from the leadership is the culture of blaming, right? So the idea is that if we blame people, we fix nothing. We'll have to really analyze the system. So I've spoken about it. So just culture is basically where everyone is really free to come up and to tell their colleagues or their senior team that this is a mistake that has happened, and express their view about the mistake, right? When I used to do consulting, we used to start putting a lot of information across certain visual boards, right? And then people used to say that if we put certain errors, or if we show certain defects, or if we show certain anomalies in the machine very visually, uh, it is not the right way in pharma, right? People will get to know that maybe we are not ensuring 100% compliance, right? But the way to look towards it, and I think the pharma companies, a lot of them are changing, is to really showcase that the cost of poor quality is always lowest when you're trying to find problems within the house, right? As the error goes from towards downstream towards the customer, the cost of the error or the cost of poor quality is increased, and sometimes people have to shut the businesses. We have seen certain cases recently in India where regulatory have asked many people, many businesses to shut due to non-compliance. So I think this culture plays very important part, and I think the foundation has to be there on to the no blaming part. Next, please. Yes, I think very important. So, how do we create that no blaming or a just culture, right? So, this is something we do. It's a Japanese way of doing things, and I think this has resulted very good in pharma industry. This is also a takeaway for people who are attending this. This is called as daily work management. It's also called as Nishijo Gemba Kanri in Japanese. So, what it means is that the entire organization is divided into small teams. So this is similar like what we do in India, right? India is divided into states. States are divided into districts, and districts are divided into panchayats, right? And basically panchayats are given the task to improve their own village, right? And when they need help, they go to district. When district needs help, they go to state, right? So similarly, what happens in this as in daily work management is the organization is divided into different teams, and those teams basically share the accountability, right? And they have certain common goals, and the teams could be in labs, production, different aspects, warehousing, purchase. And these teams have a certain goals, they have certain standards as aligned to the GMP standards, targets as aligned to the business goals, where the team on shift basis basically they meet daily. So here daily doesn't mean daily. Daily means basically at a very periodic frequency. So it could be shift hour or on a day, but at least on a day. So where people meet daily, they discuss daily, they solve problems daily, and they improve the situation daily, right? So daily work management is a tool that helps to create a culture, to see problem, to highlight those problem without worrying about blaming, and helps them to solve the problem, right? So I think this is a very important thing that brings on the human side of GMP, that ensures that any deviations are observed, highlighted, and root cause problem happens, so that it doesn't come recurring, right? Next. So this is just a slide that speaks about 5 aspects of daily work management. I'll just go through it. So this ensures that people on the floor know what are problems, how do they see it, how do they solve it. They know what they have done today is good or bad, right? As per the KPIs, they see their performance as per the standards. It also facilitates leaders to ensure standard work, that whatever procedure processes mandated are being followed on regular basis. And also it is like a motivation and engagement tool, right? So this really helps to create routines that transforms into behaviors, into just CI culture that I had mentioned prior. Next slide, please. Uh, One thing very important in this is that this ensures that every human being in the organization gets involved. So there is a escalation mechanism that brings into place. I've just put a picture of a team doing this meeting in one of our Indian pharma client, an MNC. So the idea is that any problems that are not solved at a team level goes to section level. From there it goes to department level. So the idea is that most of the non-compliance is being resolved at the team and section level, and only those where real help, real support is being needed goes to the plant manager and above, right? So this is one aspect of daily work management. Next. So I think the part one is ending, but I think if you have to do a quick culture check, that if the best operator does a mistake, right? So would you treat that incident differently, right? So you won't maybe blame him, right? So if your answer is yes, I think you are in a blaming culture. So the idea here is whether a good or a bad operator does it, we blame the system, we blame the process, right? And how do we create that just culture? I think I'll have to rush through it. A lot of information. Let's go to the next slide. I would like to cover all the 4 pillars. I think the second pillar is a very important one, is uh, the human factors, right? So it is very important that how do we create the systems around humans, people, so that they follow it, right? Next. So the idea is whenever a deviation, whenever error happens, right, it is very important that we see that what are the distractions or what are the flaws in the design, right? Many times labels are small, lighting is poor, or maybe there's no break given. In the next page I have put a case study on my personal basis. Next slide, please. So we had observed that operator was making a repeated mistake, resulting basically he was not checking a wall status. That was basically led to a contamination. So when we saw that he had a procedure which was 3 hours long, right, and it did not even have a peer review, or it did not have a check on it, right? So it was a simple thing. And when we went through it, it was quite rigorous, right, for him to expect doing it for and 3 hour period, right? So what was done is we said that the procedure has to be incorporated with a mandatory 15 minutes schedule break after a 90 minutes. And when it was put it, I think it was very surprisingly that we tracked the data for around 2 months, and the error rate was basically reduced by 75%. So I think the idea here is that how do you see that the environment about people is that they follow the rules, regulations, the standards and processes. Next slide also speaks about the area. Next, please. About a concept called as Pokayoke error proofing. So this is similar, that this believes, again, this is a Japanese technique that believes that people can make errors, right? You can't stop it, right? So how do you ensure that you devise a system that basically prevents the error? If not, it detects and makes you aware. So this has three levels: awareness, detection, and prevention. So this could be done through visual methods, color coding. I've given certain example, but the idea is whether even in his fatigue condition, an operator doing the process is being prevented from doing it, right? So how do you set up those systems? So Pokayoke is one of those technique, is part of HF tool. Next. I think the third pillar is a leadership pillar. So the idea is, next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Yes. So three things that I want to talk about in this is that whenever we try to change any culture, or we try to put in any initiative, or on a human side of transformation, so it is very important that leaders participate in it. So we have always been doing that wherever a new project kicks off, or whether a new behavior or like such, that daily work management has to be initiated. We always do at the place of leaders, right? So that people see him, he walks the talk. Second thing I think is very important that we preach in pharma industry is don't prioritize speed. I think the only thing that has to be celebrated on daily basis has to be zero deviations. I think we always punish and we always speak about errors, but I think that is what leaders have to prioritize. How do we celebrate zero deviations? And the third thing is, I think before giving orders, it is very important for leaders to go on floor and understand and listen to the team. So next slide basically gives again a Japanese tool which I usually use. It's called as Gemba walk. Next slide, please. So Gemba walk is basically, Gemba means where the value is added. So it basically means that leaders go to shop floor not to check, but to basically ensure that how can I make your job easier, right? How can I improve your job, right? So this is one thing which is very important part of leadership. I'd like to go to the next pillar, please. Very important. Thanks. I think I'll speak on this and then we can stop for today. So the idea of the fourth pillar is training on why behind it and on the CI culture, right? So next slide, I have tried to put two wrong beliefs that always are in place. Next slide, please. So there is always a belief that I've seen is that standards are forever, right? So many of the standards exist since 4 years, 5 years. And the second belief that comes into is continuous improvement is an inherited skill, right? So I think it is mandatory for the industry to understand that how the skills about linking the why for the people and the skills about continuous improvement could be taught. And the next slide basically tells us that if you look into the Indian scenario, next slide, please. The attrition that goes into quite higher. We have 30 to 35% of attrition against the global benchmark of 10 to 12%. So what we have tried to do here is there is a tool as in takeaway called as training within industry. Next slide, please, and then I'll like to end. Next. Yeah. So training within industry is a tool under which there's job instruction. which basically ensures that the way we train is based on psychology and actual Gemba rather than going to PowerPoint. So this tool basically ensures that people understand the steps, the key points involved in the steps of their work and the reason for doing those key points, and if they don't do it, what will happen, right? So this is something training within industry job instruction. It will require a whole day to talk about it. A magical tool. Many pharma companies have created learning school based on this concept. So I think these are the four pillars, and the last pillar, of course, training on CI and understanding the why behind doing the work is very important. I think this is what I wanted to highlight about human side of GMP in this short time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Mr. Jadhav, for that very enriching and engaging session on the behavioral and cultural aspects that underpin effective GMP implementation. With that, I'd like to bring back Mr. Belapure in screen to take the questions received from audience.
Yeah, Kiran, it was good presentation. Actually, I remember my days in factory when we adopted this.
Yeah,
Because
we had worked together. Correct.
it helped us big way in changing the concepts.
True.
People to
Correct.
process. Yeah. So
Exactly.
from compliance to culture is a very big
It's a big subject and engagement.
takes time, but once you achieve this, there is nothing like.
Exactly. But it is a requirement as of now.
There are some questions. He has not given the name of himself. What techniques have you seen work for getting operators to genuinely internalize the why behind GMP instead of just following instructions?
I think that is what I spoke is the Nishijo Gemba country daily work management. I think it is where people get empowered because they are asked, right? So many times, if you see in the industry, people at the lower level or Gemba level are just told what to do, right? The only change when you do is you ask them that what is right, what is not right, and ask them how you can improve it. The empowerment really flows, right? And there's no resistance that I have seen when you put into place. And once they get those quick wins, I think there's no stopper for it, right? So I think that is what my answer would be.
Once they see there is no blaming culture,
Correct.
automatically the everybody's enthusiasm goes up, energy goes
Exactly.
up. Right.
Exactly.
Good. Thank you. I think I don't want to ask more questions. Thank you
Thanks, sir.
for the
Thanks, IPA,
presentation.
for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to Priya.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jadhav. Thank you, Mr. Belapure. And with that, to our audience members, it's time we move forward to our next segment. Well, we have two more sessions to go, but trust me, they're two very important and vital segments to go for the day. Well, we now have a very different topic, a very crucial aspect, I can say, which is the regulatory dimension of it. We are now going to switch gears to the regulatory dimension. Our next session brings an important regulatory dimension, the role of the FDA Ombudsman Program in facilitating communication, transparency, and issue resolution throughout the inspection and compliance life cycle. So, if y'all are here, stay with us because two more important segments to go. Well, joining us for this segment right now is Erica Catherine, Ombudsman Office of Inspections and Investigations, US FDA, who provides confidential, neutral guidance to help stakeholders navigate inspection related concerns. Well, her background spans more than a decade now in FDA compliance and investigations, complemented by earlier work in forensic science and environmental chemistry. A very warm welcome, Erica. We're delighted to have you here. And I'm sure this is one segment many of our audience members are looking forward to. And yes, the stage, the audience is yours now.
Thank you so much, Priya. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And thank you all for joining me today. It's morning for me, so I just say good day to everyone. As was stated, my name is Erica Catherine, and I am the FDA Ombudsman for the Office of Inspection and Investigations. And today we'll explore how the whole, I like to say, FDA Ombudsman framework and ecosystem supports fair and transparent regulatory interactions. We're going to do a little deep dive in the specific program that I am over, the OII Ombudsman Program, and how it can assist in navigating those issues relating to inspections. We'll walk through some of those standards, and I'll share with you some examples of how this whole process works. Next slide, Bill. So what's on our agenda today? Again, we're going to go through some basics, like what is an ombudsman? Just the definition that we generally have in our governmental system. We're going to talk about, as I said, the FDA ombudsman ecosystem, specifically the OII Ombudsman Program, which relates to inspections, and some common questions and information that would be relevant in this space. Next slide. So the first thing, what is an ombud? An ombud is known by many different names. As you see, I'm calling it ombuds instead of ombudsmen. It can be ombudsman, ombudsperson. Ombuds is just a shortened term that's used for the whole word. And it means someone that's a confidential, impartial, independent resource to handle conflict management issues. These types of professionals work in many different areas, in universities and government and healthcare. And ombuds are uniquely qualified to resolve conflicts, serve as conduits for change, through their ability to bring up significant repetitive issues to management's attention in a safe and confidential way, particularly for those sensitive or controversial issues. Federal government ombuds handle these types of disputes and situations from external stakeholders, and they do this with a grounding of standards that help them build trust and add value. These standards are independence. We're going to talk about them: confidentiality, impartiality, and informality. Many people say, well, independence, how can you be independent if you're, working for the organization? Well, ombuds and the ombuds program for OII, it's separate from the enforcement decision-making process. Confidentiality means you can speak to us freely about that process, and we will not share anything that you will not like us to share with any other party. Impartiality means we're neutral. Although we're a resource for external stakeholders, we're not taking sides in the issue. We are on the side of the mission of the agency, which is for us in FDA, the protection of public health. The principle of informality that we follow also means that we're not a part of the regulatory decision-making process. This is a help. You might say, well, hey, you can't help with the decisions. No, these principles are drawn so that we can be a neutral party to facilitate issues and concerns and be sure that the regulatory process is adjudicated in a way that's fair and transparent to all. These principles are drawn from prominent sources in the ombuds profession, such as the United States Ombudsman Association, USOA, I think you see that there, the Coalition of Federal Ombuds, and the Administration Conference of the United States, that's ACUS, which you see there on the screen, which published a study on the use of ombuds in federal agencies that underscored these key standards and also outlines how the ombudsman function improves agency fairness and efficiency. Next slide. So as you can see, FDA has multiple ombuds programs that handle specific work related to their different organizations. These ombuds programs advance FDA mission to protect public health, but not just, helping the firms comply with regulation, but ensuring that the regulatory interactions themselves are fair and transparent. Ombuds can complement the traditional regulatory channels by providing, again, a confidential, neutral space to discuss concerns about processes, to help you facilitate dispute discussions, to clarify any misunderstandings, and in general, just to support better outcomes. Next slide. So specifically, let's talk about the OII Ombudsman Program. Within the FDA, the Office of Inspection and Investigation, OII, covers a range of field activities for the agency. We like to uniquely say that OII are the eyes and ears of the agency, meaning we're out there engaging with the public and hopefully hearing from you during our interactions. The Ombudsman Program is tailored to support stakeholders as they navigate these engagements with FDA employees. We help external firms and internal staff to come together and really know more about each other's concerns and provide this neutral space to raise those concerns, gain clarity, and identify constructive pathways forward for whatever issues that may be involved. Importantly, I think I'd like to stress again that ombuds do not make final regulatory decisions, and they're not a substitute for an appeal process, a formal appeal process. Rather, they help clarify goals, clarify roles, and options to move forward so that stakeholders are better positioned to comply with the regulatory compliance requirements. The next slide. So why would you contact the OII Ombuds? Well, I've provided some examples how the program might help in practice. First, process clarification. I think I've mentioned the word clarification several times. Perhaps you've received an outcome that you didn't understand and you don't know what to do next. I hear that a lot each day, especially when it comes to inspections and dealing with our investigators. I like to tell people, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to ask questions. That is what they're there for. You may not always agree. There may be some times where you feel that you're not being heard. But those are the times when, you step back and you try to find points of agreement. And when there becomes an impasse, that is a good time to involve ombuds, or at least give me a call and help towards a pathway of understanding. I think that's one time that I'm really, really good is on those earlier interactions, because it's best, I always tell people, to come and to me earlier rather than after you've already had an inspection. It's already been months later and you're still left with not understanding. So second is those informal facilitation is something we can do. As I was just stating, for example, if there are communications issues, there are impasses, or you don't know who to talk to next, there are issues that still remain unresolved, whether it's during the inspection or after the inspection. Those are times that you can engage the ombuds. Those impasses are what we're here for, to try to make sure that we bring further understanding so that you can know how to proceed in complying with the regulatory requirements. Third is to provide systematic feedback. As an ombuds, I monitor patterns across the inquiries to identify where procedures, communication, or expectations could be improved, which this also supports the mission and efficiency of the agency. Each year, there's an annual report that the OII Ombudsman Program submits. It's on the website. You see the little website at the bottom, and I'm gonna give you the website at the end where you can go look at those. You can go review those annual reports where I talk about some systematic issues. But even if you have a concern that's similar in the way you understood what happened, everything went as somewhat you predicted, but there were some areas where you thought this could have been better. I don't understand why this engagement was like this. That's another thing you can report to the ombuds. I take those things very seriously. And as you will be able to tell if you go to the website and review those annual reports, they're documented as well. Okay, next slide. So I have some examples here of concerns that might arise during an inspection that the OII Ombudsman Program consists with. And these are only examples that you can see here. But some specific takeaways to note is that, as I said earlier, is better. Contact me during the inspection or immediately after and not months later. You don't need any formal documentation to speak with me. I will keep your concerns confidential and only raise, with your permission, what you want to move forward. And of course, again, I cannot change findings, but I can ensure that your concerns are acknowledged and reviewed by the appropriate decision makers. Next slide. So here are some frequently asked questions that we receive. We can discuss them so that we can just be clear on how I can assist. Some of these questions are also on the OII Ombudsman website, along with some additional frequently asked questions that also may help in your understanding of how an ombuds helps and when is a good time to contact. So does a ombuds make final regulatory decisions? We already discussed that. No, ombuds does not reverse or substitute for formal regulatory or enforcement actions. Is the conversation confidential? Yes. We offer confidentiality to the extent permitted by law, and we maintain neutrality in all our engagements. When should you contact an ombuds? You may contact an ombuds anytime you have a process or communication issue, or you like to coordinate a concern with OII and with the other ombuds that are available for the different areas, as I showed in, I think, the third slide. We're specifically helpful to handle issues, again, before they escalate. Just when I think we all know when we're getting into a situation where there's a definite lack of understanding, where there's an impasse being reached, that is the best time to start that conversation with an ombuds. And it says, does an ombuds replace a formal appeal or correction mechanism? No, but we do complement that system by clarifying what options you have for formal appeal and facilitating those communications and ensuring that the formal appeals channel remains transparent to all and fair. Next slide. So if you would like to, this was a brief presentation, but made so that you can ask whatever questions and that I can be available for whatever questions you may have. But if you like to engage with me, you can reach me at the phone number and email address listed on the slide. The number you see here only answers to me. There's no additional review of messages. So feel free to leave a message about small details. I'll tell people about the concern, just so that I have an idea of who to call back and what they're calling about. You can contact your contact with me, is fully voluntary. You don't have to contact the ombuds at any time. There's no force in it. It's a voluntary process. Again, it's confidential and there's no documentation required. You don't have to provide, again, any formal documents. However, the best practice is to prepare a short summary of your concerns, your objective for why you contacted me, and the context of why this is, the important thing that you need to discuss. That makes our conversation a lot more effective if you just prepared some of that ahead of time before we have a discussion. So, and I think we have some time for questions. I thank you for your interest in hearing a little bit more about ombudsman and what they do in FDA, and specifically about the OII Ombudsman program that's linked with inspections. So I'm ready for questions.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Ms. Catherine. That was a great presentation on the regulatory dimension. With that, I will hand over this to Mr. Belapuri ahead. You can take the questions from here, sir.
Finally, we could include you into our program, right? Because of last time there were problems. So finally, we could manage to get you into the program. Thank you very much. It is a great presentation. And
Thank you.
we came to know that such a mechanism exists with the FDA. That's good. There is,
Yes, yes.
I have no other question. Somebody has asked the question. Okay. For issues with the investigator, what evidence needs to be collected and submitted to you? Is any
There's no
recording is
there's no
required,
specific.
photograph is required? I don't know.
We get this a lot, and not I won't say a lot as far as we get issues with investigator. We get people asking, well, what do I need to if I have it, if it comes about that I have a disagreement. Well, first, if you have a disagreement, of always attempt to work out that disagreement with the investigator. And if that is not doesn't seem to be working, the next step is to try to contact that investigator's supervisor. If that information is not available or you don't feel comfortable asking about it, that's okay. That's another time when you can contact me at that point, and I can provide you that information. We can discuss then if you want to contact the person's supervisor, or depending on what the situation is, then we can talk about, well, what would you want to do for any evidence, as you say, to be collected or submitted, or what you would like to, how you would like to move forward. That is basically a discussion. It's not so much you collecting anything. You are documenting your interactions. For example, you will say, well, on Tuesday at 8 o'clock, the investigator came in and they had an argument with one of my employees, and this is the person they had an argument with, and this is the nature of their discussion, and this is why we think this is egregious or affected the inspection in a certain way that was negative. You would just tell me these things and we would just talk about them, but you would tell me the date, the time it happened, just like anything when there's an occurrence that happened. There's no specific documentation that's needed. We take these types of issues very seriously in FDA. We review the matters. We may not always be able to share additional outcomes that may come as a result of it, because many times some of those things may relate to a human resource matter that couldn't be further discussed. As you would know, that's natural in the system of things. But
Very
we
good.
will ensure that we
Go ahead.
encapsulate how that could have affected the inspection.
I think there is one more question related to this. Somebody is asking, can you show any case study which you handled and the output without naming the companies or parties?
Yeah, I'm
Just to
very
get the
hesitant
idea.
always. I'm very hesitant always to do that because people expect the same outcome. So, but I can tell you many times I've handled things of this nature where there's been concern with an investigator. They did not think the investigator was handling records appropriately, or the collection of records was being handled appropriately. They contacted me on the very first day that they found, issues or concerns with that. Uh, I was able to talk them through some solutions that they found to be effective. For example, with this particular firm, they needed to provide documents in a different format than what the investigator was asking for. They were asking for on documents on a USB drive. Well, the firm has a procedure that they did not provide documents like that. That was, against their procedures. That was a security risk for them, and they just could not get the investigator to understand that. And we had a discussion, and we came to a compromise that they could provide the documents electronically in a secure box. And that was able to resolve that situation for them. And they were able to have continue with the inspection in a way that was applicable to their procedures and also the regulatory requirements.
Thank you. Thank you for this example. I think it's good to know that there is such a agency exists where we can get help. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for
Thank
the
you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Hope we'll be in touch. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Sharika. Thank you so much, Mr. Belapure, for taking those questions. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, stay glued to your seats wherever you are there, because it's now time we move forward to the concluding session, but a very important and high profile panel discussion on inspection insights, global regulator expectations in India. And I am sure this is one session many of you all are looking forward to and waiting for. A panel discussion. Once again, I'm going to repeat, it's inspection insights, global regulator expectations in India. And we have some leading stalwarts from the industry joining us for this segment. So yes, stay glued with us as it's time we begin with our panel discussion right here. So first up, let me introduce you all to our moderator. Well, he's someone who needs no introduction, but just for me to put it in context, with over 42 years of experience in pharmaceutical manufacturing, he now serves as Senior Technical Advisor to the Quality Forum of the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, Mr. Shirish Belapure. He's going to moderate this panel discussion. He previously led Zydus Hospital Oncology Private Limited as Managing Director, overseeing global supply of sterile oncology injectables to more than 60 countries. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you.
Let me also introduce you all to our speakers. Joining us is Mr. Jay Jariwala, the founder and president of PharmaSure LLC and a former US FDA official with over 13 years of regulatory experience. A very warm welcome, Mr. Jay. We're delighted to have you here. Also
thank you.
welcoming Mr. Ian Jackson, an expert GMP inspector at the UK MHRA, which he joined in 2005. He has served as GMP Operations Manager, Inspection Training Manager, and Unit Manager, and has led or participated in numerous global GMP inspections. So, very warm welcome, Mr. Ian. Well, also joining us on this panel is Mr. Robert Ham, a Senior Consumer Safety Officer and Drug Specialist in the Office of Inspections and Investigations at the US FDA. And he has conducted around 100 pharmaceutical inspections worldwide, covering terminally sterilized products, APIs, compounding, and PET products. A very warm welcome. Also joining us for this segment is Dr. Krishna Venkatesh, Global Head Quality and Pharmacovigilance, Dr. Reddy's Laboratory, who brings over 28 years of experience in product development, process engineering, and technology transfer. A very warm welcome to all our panelists, and we are really looking forward to this very exciting panel segment. Over to Mr. Belapure.
Thank you.
Good evening, good morning, depending upon where you are joining. Today's panel discussion, Inspection Insights, Global Regulator Expectations in India, comes at a crucial time for our industry. India is not only the world's largest provider of generics by volume, but also a major partner in global healthcare supply chains. With this responsibility comes heightened scrutiny from agencies like US FDA, MHRA, EMA, WHO, and others, all expecting the same consistent quality, data integrity, and patient safety. Over the last few years, we have seen an evolution in the inspection trends, from traditional compliance checks to holistic quality culture assessments, from reactive corrections to proactive quality maturity and risk management. And with digital transformation and remote inspections, expectations are being redefined. Today's distinguished panel will help us in understanding how regulators view Indian sites, where the industry stands, and what the path forward looks like, not just for compliance, but for the sustained global trust. That's what we are looking to do. With this introduction, I would like to start my questions. And first question is to the regulator. So question is, over last 2 to 3 years, how the inspection priority has evolved post-COVID. In COVID, it was all remote inspection and other thing, and how the things have changed for the Indian sites. Do you have any, Robert, if you can throw some light on this, that will be great.
I'll try real briefly. I don't have a great background in this subject, but certainly, you know, we've introduced post-COVID, even before COVID, I'm sure, but remote assessments that we've leveraged, you know, during COVID and just after COVID for sure. So just real brief, but. Thanks.
Okay. Jan, you would like to add something from MHRA
Yeah,
perspective?
hi there. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. I guess I was just reflecting back on kind of where we've come from, and one of the most important things, the post-COVID, the COVID was a really important milestone in terms of medicine supply, and I think the important thing there was about getting product to patients. So one key factor for the MHRA, not specifically for the inspection team or the GMP team, is around supply chain resilience and supply chain robustness. So certainly from an on-site GMP perspective, having good visibility of the supply chain from the key excipients, the API manufacturer, having robust technical agreements, having ensured the GMP status of all those suppliers, is key. But then we look at kind of all the kind of issues around the world now. So you've got kind of crisis in Ukraine and etc. So it really a lot of emphasis is on making sure that products are available for patients. So supply chain resilience would be a key area of focus. I mean, post-COVID, from a regulator's perspective, we do lots more information sharing. We work a lot more closely with our counterparts globally, whether that be through kind of bilateral arrangements, mutual recognition agreements, memorandums of understanding, or more globally through the likes of PICS. So we do leverage a lot more information from other regulators, as Robert alluded to there. So we do share more information. We leverage that information. We rely on each other a lot more than we used to. So that's a good thing. I guess that means that when we do come onto a manufacturing site, we want to do the best job on behalf of both from an MHRA perspective, on behalf of UK patients, but also on behalf of other nations that are receiving products from that site. So we do look to kind of include those elements within the scope of a GMP inspection. Then if we talk a bit more technically from a GMP perspective, things have changed. So we've got the updated EU GMP, or the GMP Annex 1, so sterile manufacturing, so some of the technical stuff. We still have a big focus on data assurance, data integrity, and then of course then there's the likes of the ICH guidance, and in particular from Q9 through Q12 and Q13. And one area that we're really keen to see and look into on a GMP is about the information sharing. So if we're talking about an Indian manufacturing site, the information sharing through to the QP, the EU QP. So I know that's an EU centric term. So the qualified person, how information is shared, how information passes through the supply chain through to the MAH, and that should be a kind of two-way collaboration and communication channel. So those are some of the key elements that we would focus in on.
Great, thank you. It actually brings me to the next topic, because you're discussing the same thing. That most compliance gaps, what we observed recently, are they more related to the documentation, data integrity, or manufacturing control? Could we distinguish between that earlier and now? This question is to the Robert again, if it is.
Sure. All the above. I mean, you can query, right? Data mine, warning letters and others to get a feel for, what the data says. Certainly, each topic is reviewed during the inspection, generally. And I'd like to offer, specific, focus really on root cause analysis and investigations and leveraging Q9 and risk assessing each significant or critical investigation that the firms perform. That is the core of the quality system. And if they can get those right, to write any deviations, let's say, then they're certainly back on track. So I'd say always heavily focus on sound science and logic and approach for the investigations. Really, not to take away from the other areas that you just mentioned, but again, I always like to refocus on the investigations. So,
Investigations.
thanks.
So investigation remains a focus area, I think. Ian, you would like to add something here?
Yeah, sure. I've just been looking at kind of the GMP deficiencies that the MHRA has raised kind of over recent years, and then I reflected back on kind of data from 10 years ago, and I guess there hasn't been a significant shift in the areas that we're seeing compliance gaps. But you're right to raise documentation, so that is a large area. But I think most inspections find deficiencies within the pharmaceutical quality system. So chapter 1 of the GMP guide, whether that be management focus or related activity resourcing and the like. So, but yeah, the pharmaceutical quality system, quality management, those areas routinely feature in our deficiencies lists. In terms of the numbers of deficiencies, I don't think we're seeing any drop off. I think things evolve. The GMP annexes are updated, the guidance, the chapters update. So the numbers don't tail off. So there are still issues out there, and I think that the pharmaceutical quality system management over a key area that we'd like you to focus in on.
Thank you. Jay, as a consultant, you are seeing everything, what is happening for long. Sometime from the other side, you were there, FDA side. Now you are on the consultant side. So what's your view on this?
Yeah, thanks, Ashish. And first of all, thank you for inviting me. I think I always see a great enthusiasm, and I think this type of forum just helps bring the true context and knowledge sharing. So thank you for arranging that. Just want to stretch a few things. Ashish, you mentioned. I think when I was in FDA and what I do now, what I see, we may think that we are seeing the same issues for last 10 years, 15 years, right? At data integrity investigation. But I want to give credit where it is due first, that I think industry as a whole has improved a lot in those areas. Well, when we are looking at those issues, we may broadly categorize as an investigation issue or data integrity issue for that matter, but we see now a different flavor of it. Earlier issues were basic and lack of understanding, and what I see now in my role, that a lot of companies have gotten mature in that area. Strong processes, strong investigations. While there are what I see when there are the issues happen, and let's talk about DI. It's sometimes not the procedural issues, but it's mainly sometimes a lot more intentional. And intentional meaning there is no way you can prevent that, even though you can have a strongest of the procedure. It just, and that boils down to a higher level in management oversight and kind of enforcing the culture. In the investigation, I see the issues where recently with one particular client, I believe they had a strong investigation. There were few things they could have done better, but it may not have changed the outcome. But again, agency wasn't happy with it. So those are the kind of things that we are seeing now, not a basic issue, not a basic concern that was there 10, 15 years ago, but more of a how now can we get more mature. As we know that last mile is the hardest. And I think we are in that last mile stretch of these issues where those improvements are going to take time. They are going to, the identification first of those gaps where still, Swiss cheese, as I call it, a Swiss cheese theory, where everything has to line up perfectly for that issue to occur. and identifying all those different minor gaps in various procedures that may lead to, I think that's what the phase we are in right now. So I agree with Ian, Robert, that yes, we are still seeing at a high level issues in those areas, but if I were to take it a step forward, that those are now not the basic issues that they were before. Now we are more looking at the um, last mile maturity in the system to close those gaps.
So slowly the refinement is taking place. Now we are getting into the detailed issues. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Correct.
Krishna, as a quality head of the large organization from the industry, how do you view this?
Yeah, so thank you for inviting me for sharing my views, and I appreciate the views of the regulators and Jay, your view as well. And I concur with Jay's view. I think there has been progress, there has been maturity in the way I think organizations think how to view as being compliant and how to actually progress. However, I want to offer a slightly different view coming from a business, right? I'm a quality head, but I think everybody need to think that in order for quality to thrive, the business needs to thrive as well, right? This is very important. And for the business to thrive, quality has to be held at the highest standards. I mean, these are irrevocably interconnected. So I think first thing that what we have done in our organization is to first put down the brass tacks and mention that, compliance is not a differentiator. At best, it can be a derailer, right? If you don't get compliance right, you're finished. But compliance by itself is not going to get you to business success. So you need to get it right. You need to absolutely supersede the minimum requirements that the regulators have put forward. But for us to actually consistently stay above that compliance line, what we are driving in our organization, and I think it's helpful for us, is that you really have to strive to get to the next level and keep going to the next level. You have to strive for excellence. And that excellence will only come when you start thinking about product quality being a differentiator from a business standpoint as well, right? This is very important. And when it starts making economic sense that, you don't have recalls, you don't have reworks, you don't have to, unnecessarily undergo cost of poor quality write-offs, rejections. But more importantly, if you have a reliable supply chain of which product quality, reliability, low inventory, all of that comes into play, which really comes only from product robustness, your ability to manufacture products in a reliable manner without stopping and starting and equipment issues and product issues and training issues. If you're able to do that, I think very quickly you'll see that costs will come down, reliability will go up, but very clearly the regulators' trust on the organization also increases. So this has been something that, from an overall, I'm looking at it from a 360-degree perspective, that will help us. And I think taking the step towards making sure that we also look at how investing in not just compliance, but very high order of quality actually makes a lot of business sense. And I believe personally that this is what the regulators want us to do. If for me, an inspection is not something that you work for. You work for getting good product out to the market as quickly as possible. And inspection is just a fact of life. It just happens. The regulators here to come and check whether you're doing your job according to your SOPs and meeting the requirements of the regulator. So if we can propagate that thinking across the organization, which is really about how leaders ask their organizations to behave and do what they do every day, I think the worry about what regulators are doing and how they're doing it, I think for the very, very large part, should actually get covered quite comfortably. This is the view that we are taking in our organization, and we're able to make that movement. It is not that straightforward to make, because the initial investments and the cost that it will take and the speed at which you progress will be a little slow, because this is a culture change. You'll have to bring that culture change in the organization. Yeah. But that does pay rich dividends in the longer term. We are convinced of that in our organization.
Good, Krishna. We're talking about beyond compliance. That's what we have to look at, so that what best can be done. And I think major companies in India at least are looking from that point of view, all the major companies. does it also mean that whatever we have done in the digitalization is helping the industry to becoming better on this side? Do you have that opinion?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah. Digital
Sure.
initiatives, yeah.
Yeah,
You can talk
I
about it.
I think Jay addressed that very well. I don't think digital will help you if you have intentional
That
issues,
is true.
right? You can prevent errors, you can prevent unknown, people committing mistakes by, because of a poor system or lack of understanding or training. Those can be addressed by digital. But if you have intentional wrongdoing, then no system in the world is going to help you. And that is something that you must root out from the organization. But keeping that aside, digital helps immensely. It helps interlocks, it helps put things, you enter one thing in one place and it goes into 100,000 places in the organization. If you transcribe the same things that many times, guess what, you're going to make mistakes. A Six Sigma process is 3 DPMOs, right? So I think digital will certainly help, but you need interlocks, you need to have smart systems, and you need to build the system after simplifying your processes. If you just digitize, pardon my use of the word, crap, then you'll have a very crappy system. So you'll have to go through the value stream mapping, simplify your systems, and then do it very purposefully to simplify and then digitize. I think the rewards are extremely high. So that is the way we will look at it. And this is a reinvention, right? What you do today will become redundant 5-7 years from later because the system is better. So you'll have to reinvent that, see if you can, work backwards or completely revamp your system. So this is not going to be something you do today and then you're done and dusted. So that has been our experience, but it is immensely helpful. But it will not come in our rescue if you feel that it is the panacea for even culture-related issues. I don't think so at all.
Thank you, Krishna. I think I would like to ask the same question to the regulators. How do you see digitalization initiatives like e-batch records, AI-enabled validation, and digital QMS from a compliance standpoint of it, in addition to what he's talked about the culture? That's it. Robert?
It's hard for me to build on what Krishna just explained. I think he hit the nail on the head. That it's definitely the way, But if there's malintent, it's you gotta get that out out of your system. So it definitely improves compliance, redundancy, etc. So fantastic, Krishna. Appreciate it.
Ian, can you throw some light on this?
Yeah, just coming in on the back of that, I think kind of AI, digitalization, e-batch record. I think these are great opportunities, and it's about making the most of these opportunities within the landscape where we work. So really kind of that there are obviously some challenges out there, but and from gathering some kind of informal feedback and kind of doing straw polls, I don't think there's a huge amount of experience globally in inspecting kind of AI and digitization e-batch records. So we've talked about e-batch records for a number of years. There's not a huge amount of uptake. Maybe now is the time to do that. So I think same with anything, it's the early stages, and we are going to learn together, but clearly we're going to have to regulate and be careful how we regulate. But we wouldn't want to stifle innovation. So I think the important thing is to look at all the guidance that is available and out there, to look at the principles of those guidance. So there is lots of good work by kind of industry collaborations. I think of things like ISPE, and we look at their guidance documents and GAMP documents and the like. So it really is about embracing the principles within those documents, looking at the detail within them, and building your quality system. If it's an electronic quality system, kind of AI led as well, then it's about building all the fail safes in there. So we still expect the appropriate validation, the documentation behind what you're doing, what you're utilizing, how you're utilizing the systems. So yeah, good opportunities, but some challenges out there as well.
Yeah, I would like to also have your perspective.
Yeah, I think, Shirish, as you know, I think AI has taken the world by a storm, right? And I think pharmaceutical industry is no different. We recently did an audit of an AI tool. I think what the key, and I think Krishna kind of alluded to it, is understanding your data, understanding the value of the data. I think AI has a tremendous potential, tremendous. But I think what it lies in is understanding your data, how those data are being interpreted by AI, what are the results you are getting out of it? Will you be able to explain that to the regulator? That was the key challenge, excuse me, that when we did an AI audit, AI tool audit, that was the key challenge we faced, that this tool that we are developing, and I think there are a lot of things that tool can do, but can we explain how did that tool arrive? And one of the things I think the industry is very wise in not letting the tool do is the decision making yet. I think we are at a stage where we are trying to cut through the data analysis phase, and that phase is being handed over to AI. But again, if we don't understand how the data analysis happens, we don't understand what are we looking at to make a decision. So that's number one. I think industry is trying to look at, because we generate, as a pharmaceutical industry, we generate tens of thousands of points of data every single day. If you have a vast manufacturing lab, if you have LIMS, you have the data. Now I think we are in a phase where how do we take that data? How do we make sense of it? And I think one of the greatest advantage that I have seen is capability to build the predictive analytics, where you are in a live real world trending the data to see, for example, if there is you have hundreds and thousands of data regarding a particular product, and you are putting that analytics through use to see how a batch is trending and where you can make the adjustment in your process to make sure that predictively you understand you are on point in the quality. And I think that is the phase I saw a few companies exploiting. How can I do that? And that has yielded great results. So I think AI has a tremendous potential, but what I've always warned my clients to do is first understand how you're going to use it, understand your data, understand your value stream, and understand what type of decisions will be made from this data or the output of the AI, and will they stand regulator scrutiny? Because if you cannot explain it, there is no use of that tool. That bought this data. How did you come up with it, and what decisions you made based on that?
In one of the presentation yesterday, it was shown that all compliance angles, everything can be sorted out through the AI. So we have little reservations about this, but just wanted to understand, has anybody followed it completely anywhere, and that can act as an example for all of us?
So, Shirish, I think the decision-making part, companies are, as I have seen, companies are reluctant to hand it over to AI. That AI gives you an answer, and that's the answer they're gonna run with. I think, as I said, what I have seen is that there was a lot of manual analysis being done by different people, and they may not be connected together. Now, what AI is doing, you have the data, build the analytics tools using AI, and connect all the data together to present in a more or provide in a more comprehensive way an overview of a process, an issue, what have you, rather than 10 different people across 10 different offices have data in the silos. They are doing certain analysis. They may, when connected together, may may present a different picture. Individually, they may not. And I think that's the benefit industry is exploiting, but I haven't seen yet. And I think it's wise to make sure the decision making remains in a human hand. And at the time, we are able to explain that.
Thank you. I think it was very precise answer. I have one question really, because we did a lot of remote inspections and other things during this COVID period. Do you expect that it will continue to some extent over the period, or that will stop totally? Yeah, what do you feel? You are able to hear me?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, I apologize. I couldn't find my unmute button. So yeah, I can hear you just fine. Yeah, I think what I would refer you to with regards to remote inspections, there were a couple of, well, there was a review that was kind of led by the International Coalition of Medicine's Regulatory Agency. So that was a kind of post-COVID review of remote inspections. The MHRA actually kind of led that review and led the publication of the report. So you can look on the ICMA website for that, ICMRA, and also the MHRA also published a blog. So that's on the MHRA Inspectorate website on gov.uk. So that reflected on kind of why we used the remote inspection tool, and also kind of the kind of validity of it, and where best it could be utilized. So I think for GMP, it's very much not the primary route to ensure compliance or assure compliance. So I think if you asked any investor who's used to visiting manufacturing facilities, they would always prefer to be kind of on site doing their risk assessment, to kind of like walk the facility, talk to the operators, talk to the individuals. So it's very much not the primary choice for inspections, but it definitely is. It's one in our arsenal of tools that we can use. So things have developed a little bit. I think we learned more during the process, but so it definitely we would be better at it than when we started doing remote inspections. But I'd also draw you to the current the latest tool in our arsenal, which is the hybrid inspection approach. So that's been done under the guise of the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Agency. So this is collaborative hybrid inspections. So where you may have one regulator on site, and other regulators will be dialing in remotely to the inspection, so that it will be a joint inspection, but it will be done in kind of in dual format, so where it's done remotely and on site. So I think that's yet another tool in the arsenal. But I think, coming back to the opening questions, I think we're collaborating a lot more as regulators, as inspectors, and we're looking to leverage information. So we're looking to utilize reliance where we can and recognition where we can. So these are all part of our arsenals for ensuring GMP compliance, to kind of, I guess, to maximize our kind of limited inspector resources. So yes, it will be something we will continue to use, and who knows, I'm pretty sure, and I think the safe money is on the fact there will be another pandemic, and we will have more lockdowns, and we will have to go to remote inspections, unfortunately. But I think that's the way that things will develop. So yes, it will be something we will continue to utilize.
We do not want another epidemic. Okay. I think one question which is coming particularly from the FDA point of view is that we had those quality metrics. Then we talked about quality culture. I don't know, how do we assess this on when you go onto the site? How do you assess the quality culture, or what we are talking about? Quality metrics is very clear. It gives you clear definitions over there. So Robert, can you tell us what is the way we can check the culture of the company?
Sure. Certainly, like Ian just mentioned, assessing the personnel top to bottom, right? Transparency and forthcoming discussion throughout the inspection. Like the folks have mentioned, from the shop floor, to QC lab, other parts of the plant to the plant head and the head of QA. The empowerment of the employees, again, to be proactive, to again be willing to discuss in real time any of the questions and issues you raise to them. So I think that's an important part of the quality culture assessment for sure. Yeah, appreciate it.
Now the new word is QMM, quality maturity management. So that is also not very clear how it is. I think recently some discussion has taken place and FDA is engaging the industry here also. Do you have more details on this? On QMM?
That's still for me, or?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. It's hard for me to hear.
I was talking about the quality maturity management, yeah.
Yeah, QMM model, right? Yeah, sure. So we certainly, like you guys mentioned, have published guidance on QMM and have for some time. It's a part of our compliance program guidance manual to assess on site. I would just say it's a holistic assessment, really. It's the sum. It's part of the sum of the inspection.
Yeah. Okay. So yet to be not very clear. So people are asking about QML. Hopefully that will help the industry to come out of the problem. Jay, do you have any comments on this?
Yeah, sure. I think QMM is a great tool, but I also want to sort of put out my perspective that maturity is different for different companies. You can't have one stick to measure all the companies. A company that has only been in existence for 5 years versus a company that has been in existence for 50 years, there will be different levels of maturity. I think what is the most important part for me when I am doing audits now as a consultant, I'm looking at top down, meaning I'm looking at the management's alignment, their support. But at the same time, I'm also looking certain types of indicators, and I'll give you a few, maybe very intangible, but it tells a lot. You know, sometime when I'm on the floor, and this may be going a little bit away from maturity part, but I think it's important. It will link to that. That I always see I always see that the answer, if for example, answer is always being provided by the quality head. Nobody else is allowed to speak. Okay, I mean, people are working, then why not? Right? Sometimes there are lots and lots of not so clear answers. So the maturity to different organization is different. Now, yes, we can always have good KPIs. We can have, okay, what is my deviation closure rate? What is my kappa closure rate? How many deviations I initiated? How many per batch complaints I have? How many per batch, you know, we can have different KPIs. That's one part of looking at the maturity, but the other is the most important and the intangible part is the maturity of the culture. That is what I think is going to drive your KPIs. And I think only looking at from the KPI perspective, in my opinion, gives you one picture, because KPIs are one thing, but looking at more holistically, looking at the ground floor, and their maturity is, for me, is a key. And I think that is where I get a good feeling when I go on a floor and I see everybody is willing to talk to me without looking at each other, looking at their SOP. They are able to explain what they are doing in a manner that I can feel good about it. I start then feeling good about the culture and the maturity of that culture. And if that is the case, I can definitely see that getting reflected in their KPIs. But if KPIs tell me one thing and I see on the floor a different, huge disconnect. There is something not adding up here.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Krishna, would you like to talk about this QMM models?
Yeah, so we took a look at this. We applied a couple of times to the agency. We were, we will continue to do this. But I'm with Jay, what he mentioned. I think partnering with the FDA is something that would be great to do. But this is more of an internal journey than doing anything else. And metrics, the way I look at metrics is it's a mirror at best, right? You can't improve by looking at the mirror. It's just telling you something. You have to do something. You have to change. You have to act. You have to take action. You have to convince yourself that you want to make that metric become better. And when you have that bias to action, then those metrics will change. You can't lose weight by looking at a mirror. You look at a mirror to see how ugly or nice you are. And then you go and do something. You diet and you train and you do whatever you need to do. And then you come back and look at the mirror. So that's the way we look at it. Metrics don't help unless you take cues from them and start working on them. Having said that, it is important to look at many of the metrics that again, I'm not in any way saying the QMM metrics are wrong, but I think the QMM metrics provide a very long-term view of the organization. They are lag metrics, but I think if an organization wants to get on in the journey of doing well and being ahead of the game, I think start looking at lead metrics as well. Right, your deviation login rate is important. Your number of times you actually hit the root cause is important. Are you actually measuring those matrices appropriately? But we also have to be careful, and we've seen that as well, right? When you measure deviation login rate, you'll start seeing a tendency not to log in deviations, right? So you can only start looking at lead metrics when you have a certain level of maturity that you trust, that from the top to bottom and side to side, that the philosophy of why you're tracking those metrics are absolutely clear. And what we have seen is when you drive these things and the philosophy becomes clear, actually the rate of logging in deviations goes up. And that's a good thing. People will start stepping back and saying that, what have I done? My log deviations are going up. What was minor before became major now, and stuff like that, right? And you can always look at what's minor, major. There are always, overlaps within an organization. But I think allowing that to happen and solving the problems by acting on them is much more important than just looking at the metrics. I think that will be very, very helpful. Then you're on your way to kind of fix the culture, and therefore you'll have a mature system. And one more point is, all of this can only happen if leaders are glued into this.
Sure.
If leaders don't pay attention to those lead or lag metrics or whatever it may be, then this is not going to happen. I think quality delivery with quality is going to be very, very important. And that is a culture that, whether it may be operational leaders or quality leaders, have to sign on to. So quality leaders cannot be responsible for quality and operational leaders for delivery. Both are responsible for delivery with quality. I think that's very important in an operational setup. It's very obvious, but it is very important to state that to kind of build that culture.
When they talk the same language, it means the culture is there, same type of things. Both are talking quality and both are talking manufacturing. So my last question probably, how do you see inspection model changing in next 5 years? More risk-based, more data-driven, or more continuous oversight? Are there any thinking on this line? This is for everybody, I think. I think we'll start with the Robert and go to Jack, yeah, then Jay, and lastly Krishna.
My assumption is
Yeah.
risk
How do you
based
see inspection
always.
models changing in next 5 years? Whether it will be more risk-based, more data-driven, or more continuous oversight?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna, continue to perform our inspections for sure. Certainly, I see a risk-based approach. I think we use that now. I think we'll continue to use that based on the risk profile of the firms. So, given their metrics and what we see in the field and their compliance history, all these factors certainly feed into the risk-based, and that's how I think we'll continue to offer inspections.
Yeah.
Yeah, just add into to what Robert's just said there. So I think I think we will be working closely and more closely. We will continue to collaborate with other regulators. So I think as international regulators, I think we will work more smartly and we'll work together. We will rely more on each other. I think focus for industry and inspectors, investigators are on models such as kind of ICHQ12, which talks to the kind of the quality maturity and the maturity of the pharmaceutical quality system. I think the supply chain is very fragmented, so there are challenges there, and and we need to make sure that we've got robust supply chains. So I think there will be a focus on supply chain robustness, where manufacturers are based. But I think we will evolve the regulatory standards, the GMP guidelines to reflect, and I think they will kind of clearly. Initially, what we will be working on and investing time into is developing the AI GMP guidance. So that may actually help us as regulators. So I think a lot of the opportunities within AI will help inform the risk-based inspection scheduling and risk-based inspection program, and the utilization of inspector resources when we're on site as well. I think we can tailor our inspections using the data, using AI as well, and kind of analyzing the data and trying to assess where the risks are. But ultimately, everything we do as regulators is focused on getting good quality products to the patients when they need it. So yeah, I think the challenges are certainly there, but and that's where I think we must remember that you as a manufacturer and us as the regulators, there's a patient at the end of the line, so we have got a common interest here. So we've both got skin in the game here, and to the previous conversation about quality culture, we've both in making sure products are available where it's needed.
You would like to offer any comment?
Yeah, I think Shirish, that's a great question. What I see from where I am, I think the inspections are one thing, Shirish, you should have added. Will there be more unannounced inspections? Right?
Now I think we
Because
are used to unannounced inspection only.
yes. So I think all of the above. Answer is all of the above. I think during the COVID period, while I was still at the agency, agency had to pivot, and they had to continue their mandate. How to carry out the inspection, and they started using remote inspection, whether you call it 704, RRA, whatever term you want to use it. And I think those have now found their permanent way into their toolbox. So I do not think that remote inspections and RRA will anytime stop. I would only think they will increase, because I think they have a great value in providing them the early insight. The second aspect that I definitely see agency doing a lot is using 704s and RRA as a precursor to the on-site inspection. We know the foreign inspections are 5 days, and if investigators can hit the ground running, they can do much effective job. So I do believe agency will use 704 and RRA as a precursor to get ready get the early insight into the areas there may be they may want to assess on site. If everything looks good, maybe it ends at 7:04. But if they have concern, there is no way. They may extend it to the the site itself. And I think the third most important component, as Ian mentioned, and while I was at the agency, utilized a lot, is MRA. I was part of the group that that instituted MRA. I did. I assessed five countries. In doing that, I think it offers a great value. The avenues like MRA sharing, PICS, there that can give agency an early window, and sometime avoid an inspection, right? And of course, the unannounced inspection. I think unannounced inspection. I don't think so. Will only be limited to India and China. I think they will be worldwide. I just had an example of in a different country that US closely partners with, and there was an unannounced inspection there. So it is not that they will remain only to India and China. They will be worldwide. So to me, I think, to boil it down, I think agency is going to use all the tools that they have developed. All tools has value, great value for agency, but at the same time, great value for the companies. If you are, rather than waiting for a 3-year, 2-year, if you can have an RRA and an early pre-approval inspection through RRA, I mean, it helps you. But the key in all of this is, and I think Krishna kind of in his very early comment led to that, is we as a company, if we are doing the right thing, if we are not thinking of inspection only, we are thinking of quality as a value for the business, we are going to be inspection ready at any single day, whether it's a 704, whether it's an RRA, whether it's an on-site, whether it's an unannounced, it doesn't matter. You know, I always give this example in my talk that if you study the day before your exam, you have all the reasons to worry. But if you have studied throughout the year, you have no reason to worry. And that is what needs to be ingrained in the culture, that inspection is not something we are working for. We are not working to pass the inspection. We are working to produce a quality product. And if we stick to that motto, inspection will be fine. It doesn't matter what type it is.
Yeah, I completely subscribe to what you said, Jay. And, I think that is the only way an organization will thrive. The purpose of an organization cannot be to face an inspection. Then you'll just go from inspection to inspection. That's not what an organization exists for. The motto and the mission, like Ian rightly mentioned, is we have a patient at the end of the line. We have to get our product out to them as quickly as possible, in the best possible way as possible. And I will add, in the lowest cost as possible, all of which is directly influenced by quality of the work that we do and the quality of the product that we do. So yeah, inspection is just another tool by which we ensure that we stay true to that mission. So I think, come what may, I feel that the agency will evolve as well, all the agencies. It would be great to see more amount of MRAs between the agencies, and have a more deeper dive. Right now, I think the agencies look at multiple systems when they come for a surveillance/GMP inspection. The agency has superb risk assessment tools. They can pinpoint which areas that a company is vulnerable, and if that can be inspected or that can be checked in a more deep manner rather than going broader, then you're helping the cause of the organization. The resources that will become more expensive and scantier for the agency. And if that can be mutually shared between agencies, then I think the burden of hosting an inspection, I mean, for example, one of my sites, in fact, 2 or 3 of my sites, host an inspection thrice a month. So that becomes a chore in itself, right? It's important. It's justified by every agency. But there is a group of people who are just handling that at all times, right? Very little, and no mistake here, very little value add for the business per se. But it is something that we have to do, completely understood. But I think if there's an MRA and it can become more risk-based from the regulatory agencies, I think it will become more fit for purpose, and you can go do a deeper inspection. That would be my only request. Yeah.
That's great. I think we had a great discussions. What needs to be done by the Indian industry to go forward is very clear. We have to look at beyond compliance, not with the just compliance, but beyond compliance. And what are the things can be done? I think Krishna has also talked, and also all other Jay, Ian, Robert. Just a minute, sir. Thank you very much for the discussion. And I don't think there are any questions. I was looking whether there is any, I wanted to open it for the other people, but there are no questions now currently. So we close our panel discussion here. Thank you very much for the, thank you panelists and
Thank
the
you.
people for attending.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, some wide range of perspectives shared right there. Thank you, Mr. Belapure, for weaving that whole conversation for us. And of course, to all our panelists for sharing such candid and practical inspection insights and expectations. So thank you one more time for joining us for that fantastic panel segment. Well, to our members of the audience, before we officially close, I would like to invite to share his experience and perspectives on this two-day enriching show. I'd like to invite to the screen Dr. Rajiv Desai, Senior Technical Advisor at Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance.
Thank you so much, Priya. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. So, see, advanced GMP has always been a very, forward-looking, presentations. And if you look at the total number of presentations, the topics that we covered, they've given a lot of perspective to the audience and the participants. We started yesterday with a very high impact opening remarks by Mr. Jain, followed by Nilesh Gupta and Rajiv Raghuvanshi. And everybody spoke about the quality as one of the key drivers for the pharmaceutical industry. We had Geena Malhotra, who spoke about the sustainability. That's a passionate work that she's been doing for the last couple of years' time. And she gave some very good examples of how she has actually evolved this particular topic during her days at Cipla. I specifically like the topic on continuous manufacturing given by Dr. Kulkarni of NCL, CSRI, where he spoke about the new technology. And when I was watching and hearing his presentation, every slide I would have a question, but the next slide would give the answer for the question. So that was really good to know that he has covered almost every aspect that is required for the continuous manufacturing. We covered topics like AI by Rajesh. We covered topics on biosimilar. So my colleague, ex-colleague from Lupin, Dr. Ustam Modi, actually engaged the entire team, right from Sanjay, Meena, Sanjeev, and Dhananjay, all my good friends and colleagues from the past, who really took us through the entire session on how the biosimilar is going to pan out in the next couple of years' time. And if you look at the way that they see this particular segment of the pharmaceuticals growing up, I think we have a good future coming up in the next few years. We also talked about yesterday in the morning on the design of the facility and what best we could have from Birendra and Vikrant, talking about what is the expectation on the facilities, especially for the pharma industry. Vikram talked about the sterility and the design aspect of the pharma industry. The capability that Amitav spoke. I'm so happy to be part of this entire event project of PAGE initiative that has been started by IPA. And it's such an engaging program, and we feel honored to be part of this entire initiative. We started this initiative in Ahmedabad, and very soon we're going to Hyderabad and Bangalore. So I'm sure that this will be a major, event for the students, the freshers, and also the industry people. The session on FDA ombudsman definitely, showed us a way that even though inspections go in a very strict manner, we have someone to hear. And Erika was very clear that we can always come out and also come back to her for any kind of issues in the future, in the coming days. The panel discussion, Mr. Velapure, you are always a star and my mentor and also my guiding star for us. So Jay Jariwala, Jackson, and Robert and Krishna, gave a very nice perspective on what exactly is the expectation in the pharma industry. So overall, it was a great experience to hear from the stalwarts, and I'm sure all the participants had a great time to hear this 2 day sessions. I'm sure that if you look at the questions that have been asked, some of them are asking for the presentation, some of them are asking for the video recordings. I'm sure that these things are going to be a learning experience for all the participants and people who missed out participating in this event. So overall, absolutely amazing 2 days of session. I thank all my colleagues from IPA, all the members who ensure that this entire session goes in a very seamless manner. And thank you, Priya. I mean, you have been so good in terms of making sure that all of us are engaged and also take us through the 2 day session, because I'm absolutely a delight to watch you and also moderate the, and take us through this 2 days event. So overall, thank you so much to all the participants. I really thank all the members from the industry, from the regulatory agencies who participated and gave their different perspective. I'm sure that everybody had a lot of takeaways from the whole session, and it was really nice to have all of you participate in the whole event. And IP has always been able to attract good speakers, and all the speakers who spoke, had a lot of things to add and share their experience and knowledge in the entire session. So overall, a good experience for everybody who participated. I'm sure this gives us a lot of encouragement to make this program still more engaging in the coming years. And I'm sure that all the pharma fraternity is looking forward to IPA to host such events. So thank you so much. Have a good night and a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Dr. Desai, for really summarizing of how enriching these 2 days of the 10th AGMP workshop has been. And on behalf of that, on behalf of Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, once again, I would like to thank each one of you, to all our speakers, our panelists, our moderators, partners, and of course, participants who make workshops like this a massive success, for contributing to the success of the 10th Advanced GMP workshop. And I am sure that each one of you has taken numerous fresh perspectives from our workshop. I'm sure that the sessions have been insightful and practically valuable for all of you, and the discussions over these 2 days, I'm sure, will translate into stronger quality systems and better outcomes across the industry. Well, before we officially close, we would be also having a QR code up on screen. So you all can go ahead, scan the QR code for your feedbacks. We'd love to know your feedback, because it's your feedback that brings us back with our events even stronger. So we'd love to know your perspective. So go ahead, scan the QR code and share your day 2 experience as well at the 10th AGMP workshop. Having said that, once again, thank you to each one of you for joining us here and making the 10th AGMP workshop truly a successful edition. Thank you for joining us on this virtual platform. And yes, once again, before we officially log off, go ahead and scan the QR code and share your feedback with us. Till then, have a very good evening ahead. Thank you. This is your host, Priya Shrimankar, signing off. Take care.